Center. So we'll be getting information from Okwemi Akionde as it progresses. Now, let's before we go deep into results or no results. What I know, you covered the election yesterday. You were on ground. You were covering Lagos Central, but then with late resumption of INEC officials to be vast challenges and all of that, what would you say? Or what would be your own assessment of INEC's preparedness for the elections?
Well, I would say that, again, somehow Lagos Central was a bit different. When you compare what I saw, going through the entire local governments that make up Lagos Central Senatorial District, compared to, some of the information that we got from, I think, Lagos East and Lagos West. Lagos East was covered by Nuruddin Adigbero, and of course Lagos West. Of course, I started my coverage yesterday of the elections from Lagos Island, where the governor of the state voted. That's by Adeniji Phase 2, St. Gregory Primary School right there at Okepopo, so he voted. It was quite peaceful. And most parts of Lagos Island, and I doubt to always visit which states. When I say Lagos Island, we're talking about the Leko, Kepopo, Glover, Ujuno, Campus, Lagos Island proper. There was really no incident. There were really no delays. At 9 o'clock or 9:30 that we got to Lagos Island yesterday, Sandra. Most of the INEC officials and ad hoc staff had already started, getting their materials ready. And I think before 10 o'clock, a lot of the polling units have started voting, yesterday on Lagos Island. So it was quite early for a lot of Lagos Island residents. I think they voted early. And almost the same time, I think around 10:30 to 11, the governor arrived at his polling unit. Less than 10 minutes, he was able to cast his vote and left. And there were really no complaints of beavers malfunctioning on Lagos Island. Like I said, a lot of the INEC officials arrived early at their polling unit, and voting commenced. It was peaceful. And so it was, I thought that was going to be the situation all through Lagos yesterday. I think we left Lagos Island. We headed straight to Ikoyi. We got to Ikoyi, and it was also very smooth. INEC officials arrived early. The only thing we discovered in Ikoyi was that there was a bit of voter apathy. In polling booths where you had like 500 people registering to vote, on the queues, maybe like 33 had been captured by beavers, and then they were voting. So it was a bit of voter apathy. The turnout was a bit low as compared to what we witnessed in Lagos Island. And then, of course, from there we proceeded to Lekki Phase 1, Admiralty Way. Most of the polling units were filled to the brim. The turnout was massive in Lekki Phase 1, Admiralty Way, most of the polling units there. So one has suspected that maybe because it was a residential area, compared to Old Ikoyi, which was more of a commercial area. So the turnout in Lekki Phase 1 was very, very good, I must say. But what we discovered is that election materials were not adequate, and ad hoc staff were not adequate for the numbers of persons who wanted to vote in most of the polling units there. So the cluster was much, and there was a bit of delay. But again, they were well organized. It was peaceful. Senior citizens were allowed to vote first. They gave them the privilege to vote. They voted first before other residents cast their votes. And then, of course, we left there to Lagos mainland, Yaba, Ebutemeta West, and Ebutemeta East. It was also very peaceful in Ebutemeta West and East. No incidents. As at that time, I think we got to Ebutemeta around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and most of the voting process had been completed in most of the voting polling units. All they were just waiting for was for 2:30 so that voting collation can start and counting, and then tallying of results. So it was also generally peaceful in most parts of Ebutemeta. And then, of course, we also got to Sule, Ipori, Masha, Adino, Ogunsoya, and then we got to Ijesha, Road, Lawansin. It was quite peaceful too in most parts of Sule, Sandra. As I said, whatever happened in other parts of Lagos, Lagos Central was relatively okay. In fact, as at 2 o'clock, 2:30, all voting in most parts of Sule had been completed. and voting count started at 2:30 exactly in most of the polling units that we visited. So from there we proceeded to Amuwo Dofi First Staff area, and then that was where we now started to see a bit of issues. You know, there was a polling unit. I think we got a live report from one of the voters who explained what had happened. The fact that INEC officials got there very late. In fact, that it had to take the voters their determination to drive down to INEC office to go and bring the officials. In fact, the funny thing was that they now got to the polling unit again. They forgot beavers in their office. They had to return back again to go pick beavers. And as around 3:30, voting was just commencing in those polling units around the Mood of the Apple Junction area. So that was a bit of an issue in that area. But there was heavy police presence and army, military men. It was a bit different from the presence of police and army that we saw around the Lagos Mainland and Lagos Island. I don't know what happened. The whole of Apple Junction down to Festa Town or Kota Isolo towards Oshodi. There was every presence of military men. The Apapa Oshodi Expressway was also still. So I think within that stretch, we passed more than 20 checkpoints of military men, well armed with, so one wonders why that presence in that area. But it was generally peaceful. People started voting at that time, and the expectation was that it was going to get very late before they concluded voting in that area. So from Amuwodofu, we went into Festa Town. Festa was a bit different from Amuwodofu, even though it was in the same address. As at 3:30, 4 o'clock in Festa Town, but voting had been completed, counting had been done, results were just being tallied, and I think it went well generally in Festa Town. So that was a report for me from Lagos Central Senatorial District that I covered yesterday. I think if I was to rate the performance of INEC in Lagos Central Senatorial District, I think I would give them an 80%.
All right, thank you very much. So that what it basically means, I don't think you can really relate with the lateness. Excuse me. I don't think you can really relate with the lateness of INEC officials to different polling units, since you said that the area which you covered, it wasn't really the scenario. Or yes, it wasn't really the scenario there. All right. Okay. Well, what I have is that there were different places where we had late arrival from INEC officials. It was a serious problem for a lot of polling units and for a lot of voters, and we can see the result of that, because as at 11 p.m. yesterday, people were still voting. As at 3 a.m. this morning, results were being counted at some polling units. Okay, so I have Nuruddin Adegbenro has joined us. Let's see. All right, yes. Hello, good evening, Nuruddin.
Good evening, Sandra.
Thank you very much. All right, so we're talking about the preparedness of INEC for the elections. I mean, there were so many hiccups and glitches, from late arrivals to incomplete materials to beavers glitches. However, Fuad seems not to relate, because in the areas where he covered, as Lagos Central, they didn't really experience such. But I know, because I know that we had to speak with one or two voters from your own area of coverage yesterday as regards lateness of arrival of INEC officials. So now, assessing that particular situation, what would you say? How would you rate INEC's preparedness as regards logistics for the election?
If I have to consider the Lagos East Senatorial District that I covered yesterday, and firstly, I need to commend all the journalists, especially working with MAINLAND FM, and did a very good job yesterday. I must confess. Immediately we left the station, we headed to Shumolu local government, and when we got there, we discovered that it is very, very important. It's very important that we have to go to the INEC office in Shumolu. We still met, as at that time of the 8th, we still met some certain INEC ad hoc officers inside the premises of the INEC, still struggling to have the materials to move into their various polling units. While we discover that there are some have been moved already.
Sorry, excuse. I'm so sorry to cut you short. I would have to reach out to Okpeyemi Akionde. Apparently, the INEC the rec for Lagos State is already giving a statement, and Okwemi would like us to connect with him so we can get details from that one. Because earlier on, while we were speaking with the voters education head of voters education here in Lagos, Mrs. Adenike, she mentioned that as at the time we spoke with her, which was just about 2 hours or so ago, elections had ended in Lagos State. With that information, INEC Lagos State commenced collation just some few minutes ago. All right, so let's try to connect with Okweyemi and see what we can get from there. Okay. All right. Well, whilst that is ongoing, thank you very much for tuning in once again. This is Mainland 98.3 FM, the sound of Lagos. And right now, in the place of Political Roundtable, we are getting live feeds from Lagos State Collation Center, INEC, as we look forward to seeing what exactly or where the tipping points would be for where the tipping point will be for any of the candidates so far. So we'll take a short break and we'll be right back.
Area. They are already attacking some polling units. They ran into them and also threatening them. And many of them have to jump out of their lives. Many of them didn't get them up about 2:30 a.m. this morning. It was a very, very difficult situation on our hands. Last week they did to do because they got that 3 days in the area that was shocking. I the commissioner of police who is very heavily to that area. They can look for that he is very even went there. Also, now we need the area right from Karen. We are going to see that conscience was silenced and taken away. But the commissioner of police was supposed to carry there. And was able to know that 2 other men and material to the police department together for 2 days. Then we have to get out of plan and see the police method. Some people also came out, moving around, they also attack some of our facilities. Apart from that, we are able to manage well for them as well as 325 polling units in Lagos State. Area of that community technically just about Indian. Therefore, I would say that it should find a very manageable proportion with it at least compared to the larger number that we have in the state. We also know that we have of 7,60,195 in the state. So when we look at the statistics, we find out that about 3.2 million already are still in Lagos State. And the areas affected were also about 7,000 people. So if you also take the statistics, the percentage of that, you know that the good revenue, even though for us in the commission, we are aware that everybody will cast it for a vote. This was an election that the organization prepared very well for, not just happening to them. And even the journalists there, they also know the way to play during registration, during collection of PVC, and even mobilizing people to come out and cast their vote here. So the commission, we appreciate all of you. However, we are going to do that very good. After the 13,000, which was announced in India, that the commission announced that we have about 240 pages across Nigeria. Three of them are in Lagos area, there are no ruler, and also region of Korea and Latin Africa. The outcome of the result of the election, presidential election, other elections like the House of Assembly and Senatorial, the federal district and federal constituency. We have 24 federal constituencies in Lagos and 3 senatorial districts. So we go there and we develop how identify what we are. So we take the federal constituency, the 3 senatorial districts here, where we develop accountability. I'm not going to apologize for taking you out of the very bad time. Now, I can't tell you that you didn't get the job that you are doing all the time. We also need to get the work going on. Inside the there, we also have a so the power of love right now, while we are waiting, I like that you join me. To do that to come. If we look at the one we couldn't do before, I like to get into the job. So, if we do it now, if we do that, then I will do that. If we do it now, I think we will do that on the side of let's move on to the other level. Presidential development of the
Just before we move on, you are listening to, we just listened to the REC, that's the Resident Electoral Commissioner for INEC in Lagos State, here as Okwemi is live at the Collation Center here in Lagos State. We just listened to the REC of Lagos State giving his opening speech. And now we'll be listening to the head of voter education here in Lagos State, Mrs. Adenike, who has passed on the mic to another person. So just hold on as we tune back in.
I wish everyone for your patience and your. We probably will be able to start any other today.
sheep now following the show. We need to do that. We want to
All right, I think we have a pause right there. We were just we trying to tune into the INEC Collation Center here in Lagos. That's what we've been listening to actually. So we can just get it live as Okwemi is there right now, and he's getting live feeds for us at the INEC Collation Center here in Lagos. You're still on to Mainland 98.3 FM. At this point now, we'll move on before we connect back to the Collation Center. We have a press release here from INEC saying that addressing the challenges experienced with INEC results viewing portal, that's IREV. All right, so the Commission is aware of challenges with the INEC results viewing portal. Unlike in off-season elections where the portal was used, it has been relatively slow and unsteady. The Commission regrets this setback, especially because of the importance of IREV in our results management process. The problem is totally due to technical hitches related to scaling up the IREV from a platform for managing off-season state elections to one for managing nationwide general elections. So it is indeed not unusual for glitches to occur and be corrected in such situations. Consequently, the Commission wishes to assure Nigerians that the challenges are not due to any intrusion or sabotage of our systems and that the IREV remains well secured. Our technical team is working assiduously to resolve all outstanding problems, and users of the IREV would have noticed improvements since last night. We also wish to assure Nigerians that results from the polling unit, copies of which were issued to political parties, are safe on both BVAS and IREF portal. Okay, these results cannot be tampered with, and any discrepancy between them and the physical results used in collation will be thoroughly investigated and remediated in line with Section 65 of the Electoral Act 2022. So, while we fully appreciate the concerns of the public and welcome various suggestions, it is important to avoid statements and actions that can heat up the polity at this time. We take full responsibility for the problems and regret the distress that they have caused the candidates, political parties, and the electorate. And that is from, that's the press release from INEC as regards IREV glitches. Now we will be connecting back to the Lagos State INEC Collation Center.
Mainland 98.3 FM, the sound of Lagos.
You're listening to Mainland 98.3 FM. Waves of nostalgic music on a beautiful Throwback Thursday evening. Exclusive to 98.3 Mainland FM. Join Rio, the classic king, for an interesting ride on old school music from every decade, genre, and time period. Every Thursday from 7 p.m.
we just wanted to test the summation of the entries, and we can see that that is correct. Please reinsert the 20. Now we can take comments. Are there comments on the entries? Questions? There are no questions, there are no comments, and then we can proceed. Please report if there are cancellations.
Lagos mainland.
All right, so we're now going to cross over from the State Collation Center in Lagos to the National.
National Collation Center in Abuja, where the chairman of INEC is addressing Nigerians at this time. So we'll get that, and then we'll come back. We'll take Fuhad and Nuruddin. We'll analyze the situation, and then we'll go back to join Okweyemi at the Lagos State Collation Center right here on Mainland 98.3 FM. So stay with us, and we'll also be opening up the phone lines in a few minutes. Okay, so stay with us. We'll open up the phone lines so you can give us your first-hand experience of the election process and also your assessment of the process so far.
At ward level, local government level, and state level. So you'll all follow with us the collation as announced by the state collation officer for the presidential election. So why the REC Ekiti State? Okay, REC Ekiti and the Vice Chancellor. I think of the Federal University of Health Sciences, Ila Irangun, Osun State. They are not even from the same state. So please come forward, take your seats, introduce yourselves, and formally present the result for Ekiti State. Resident Electoral Commissioner, speak to the microphone, introduce yourself, and let the scope introduce himself before the result is presented.
Thank you, sir. I am Professor Ayobami Salami, the Resident Electoral Commissioner for Ekiti State. And with me is the collation officer for the state.
Good evening, all. I am Professor Akim Olawale Lasisi. I am the Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Earth Sciences, Ilarun in Osun State, and I am the Presidential Collation Officer for Ekiti State.
Scope, please continue.
Okay.
Tell us the number of local governments in the state and the other details, and make your submission thereafter. Please go ahead.
Ekiti State has 16 local governments with total number of registered voters, 987,647. Total number of accredited voters, 315,058. The total number of votes received by the presidential candidates of each of the political parties are as follows. Party A, 69 votes. Party AA, 29 votes. Party AAC, 108 votes. Party ADC, 1,337 votes, 1337. Party ADP, 737 votes, 737. Party APC, 201,494. Party APC, 201,494. Party APGA, APGA, 268 votes. Party APM, 46 votes. Party APP, 91 votes. Party BP, 46 votes. Party LP, 11,397 votes. Party LP, 11,397. Party NNPP, 264 votes. Party NRM, 131 votes. Party PDP, 89,554 votes. Party PDP, 89,554 votes. Party PRP, 48 votes. Party SDP, 2,011 votes. Party SDP, 2011. Party YPP, 81 votes. Party ZLP, 460 votes. Total number of valid votes, 308,171. 308,171. Total number of rejected votes, 6,301. Total number of rejected votes, 6,301. Total vote cast, 314,472. Total vote cast, 314,472.
Okay, thank you very much, Scope. Are there places where election did not hold or cancelled for sundry malpractices?
Yes, sir. There are 2 places where elections where we had cancellation. The total number of registered voters in the polling unit is 1,786. And the areas, Ado-Ekiti local government, Ward 4, polling unit 7, and Ekiti East local government, Ward 7, polling unit 6. The reasons for the cancellation are bypass of beavers and overvoting.
Okay, thank you very much. Have you recorded this on the EC40G?
Yes, sir.
And you are here with the EC40G?
Yes, sir.
As well as the EC 8D?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Party agents, any comments, any observations on the presentation? Okay, State Collation Officer, please present the original results to me. Okay, sorry. Question. Please give him the mic.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Dino Milaye, party agent, PDP. I just want to be educated. I have bypass of the beavers responsible for the cancellation. I just want to understand what it means, bypassing beavers. Thank you.
Okay, State Collation Officer.
Yeah. As reported from the local government, there was there were certain number of voters that were recorded, and they found out that the number recorded for voting was more than what was reported, what was recorded in the beavers, and that was the reason why they reported it as overvoting.
Okay, PDP agent, satisfied? Yeah, express your satisfaction using the microphone so that we hear you.
Satisfied.
Thank you very much. So State Collation Officer and the Resident Electoral Commissioner, you may step forward to present your report. May I have the AC40G? Is it in the envelope? Okay, thank you very much. The result for Ekiti State, duly considered and taken. Collation Secretariat, do we have any more state collection officers and vice chancellors on the queue? No more for today? Okay. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today, right now, we have only Ekiti State. But we are aware that there will be many more states concluding tonight and coming to Abuja. We'll make a special arrangement to bring them over quickly where there are no commercial flights to bring them, and where they are separated by a considerable distance from Abuja. So on this note, and as I said in the afternoon, there will be interludes. We hereby adjourn and reconvene at 11 in the morning tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Also, there you go. That is the National Collation Center.
There we go. That was the National Collation Center for in Abuja. And that the result that we just got, that was for Ekiti. And from the results, it means that APC has 201,494 votes. Labour Party, 11,397 votes. NNPP, 264 votes. And the People's Democratic Party, 89,554. That's directly from the National Collation Center in Abuja. As it is now, they have taken a break and to reconvene 11 a.m. tomorrow. Of course, that is ballot 23 times, so we will continue live coverage of the collation results. However, Fuad Sahid, what are your thoughts so far?
Well, I was expecting that. Of course, I'm not surprised that we may not be able to take more than Ekiti State today at the National Commission Center this night, because again, I think Ekiti State concluded their elections quite early.
Quite early, yes. Their result had been everywhere,
Everywhere, and so we're just waiting for the official announcement at the National Collation Center. So I think amongst us journalists and, of course, a lot of political pundits, we expected that Ekiti was going to turn in its own results quite early, and that's what just happened. So we will be convening again, according to the INEC chairman, 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. And I'm sure by that time, quite a number of other states, the results of other states would have arrived at Abuja. I suspect that a lot of them will be airlifted this evening, while others may be airlifted first thing tomorrow morning to arrive at Abuja. And so by 11 a.m., I expect that quite a number of other states would have completed collation at the state level, and they would have arrived at Abuja to present their results to Nigerians and then hand it over to the INEC chairman. The process is that there are 4 levels of collation. Ekiti has gone through the entire 4 levels, from the polling unit to the ward level, to the state level, and then now
finally
to the national level. So that's what just happened. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. We'll continue to monitor events as they happen. And then, of course, we hope that the entire thing will go smooth. And then, of course, this transition process would be completed. And, of course, we'll have a new president elect, maybe in the next 2 or 3 days. I think all of these coalitions should be completed. Maybe by Tuesday. I think Tuesday maximum, we should have completed collation of all of the results at the national level.
I really, really hope so, Fuad. Just the first day, and we just have 1 state out of 36 states and the FCT so far. As it is now, from Okpayemi's side, as Lagos Collation Center, they are just through with Lagos Mainland. And what we have, or what he has sent in from Lagos Mainland is they had 45,686 accredited voters at Lagos Mainland. And Party A, that's Accord, had 98 votes. Party AA had 13 votes. Party AAC had 61 votes. Party ADC had 184 votes. Party APP had 072, that's 72 votes. Party APC had 20,030. APGA 62, APM 17, APP 10, BB 52, Labour Party 18,698, NNPP 257, NRM 20, PDP 3,002, PRP 7, SDP 18, YPP 74, and ZLP 465. That's actually impressive if you ask me. But then that's Zenith Labour Party. So with that, from Lagos mainland, it means that the APC has the lead in that particular local government with 20,000 and...
What score again, sorry? Yeah, with what score?
20,030.
Okay, Lagos mainland, all right.
Yes, that's Lagos mainland. And following APC in Lagos mainland, we have the Labour Party with 18,698. And immediately after that is the PDP with 3,002. And the fourth in Lagos mainland is Zenith Labour Party with 465. All right. Well, that's for Lagos mainland local government here in Lagos State. That's just one local government. All right. So we're still expecting more. Of course, we can't fully cover all today. I'm sure we'll still get more. We'll still have to continue this, process tomorrow. But then, so far, things are already looking smooth. The other parts of the state or the other parts of the country where voting is still ongoing has also been put in consideration. And right now, oh, look at that. I just saw Kwemi on TV. All right, and with that now, we're back to Lagos Collation Center. But Fuhad, so far, do you want to analyze Ekiti results or Lagos? Because you handled Lagos mainland yesterday.
Well, like I said, Lagos mainland was quite peaceful, and of course, if you look at that result tally, I think again, I think we need to say that the Labour Party did fairly well on Lagos mainland. If you were going to again, it was not a whitewash. It was not like it was quite a close one. If you're going to be looking at, of course, the structure of Lagos mainland, and these are official figures. Now these are not speculative figures or figures from social media. This is direct from the Lagos Collation Center as it's being sent by Okwemi Akyode, who is on ground there. So again, but I think it's too early to say what's going to generally happen in Lagos. I think we need to wait to see more local governments announce their results, and then we can begin to make an informed opinion on what actually transpired in Lagos, on how the votes went in Lagos. But for it, I think the factor of incumbents maybe may have helped APC in Ekiti State.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they just had a new governor elect. Mm-hmm. APC seems to be the dominant party in Ekiti State. But I have to also say that PDP did well. It's not a bad showing. If you understand that the PDP in Ekiti does not really have a proper structure. There's a lot of infighting amongst Ekiti PDP. In fact, the last information we had until it was reversed, I think loyalists of the former governor of Ekiti State, Ayo Fayose, were all suspended before the decision was reversed by the PDP, the party. So for them to have been able to pull 89,554 votes, I think it's a decent showing. It's a decent showing if you look at the entire vote tally. And the same thing, 11,000, although one was not expecting Obi to the Labour Party to have done more than what they did here in the state with 11,397 votes. And then, of course, Rabiu Kwankwanso performing poorly with 264 votes. But I think, for me, I would say that, well, the projections were APC were going to win the state anyways, and it turns out to be that. But I must say that Atiku performed well with this result. It's not the different showing from the PDP in the state.
All right, thank you very much. I'm trying to bring in Nuruddin so we can also get his thoughts as regards this particular conversation that we are having, especially looking at Ekiti's results so far. It is quite an interesting one. Well, looking at the numbers, I mean, 200,000 to the next one. That's well. I guess we can say that the governor delivered.
Of course, yeah. He delivered, of course. Like I said,
sorry about that, Fuad. All right, yes, you are still on to Mainland 98.3 FM. We are looking at the collation center here in Lagos. But before we move back to Lagos, we just connected to the National Collation Center where the Ekiti State results was read out loud. Let's get Nuruddin's thoughts on the results.
Well, based on even what Fuad said, for some of us that have been looking at the participation of every political party in Ekiti State, we know that it's the APC control state, and still wants to show. But one thing there is that with that result, APC did well, at least claiming the stage for their presidential candidate. And looking at what has happened in PDP in Ekiti State, they've not done badly too, because what it means is that in the total number of votes cast, they have beyond 25%. And that is what it means, because this particular election, the calculations are very, very important. You cannot win a state, get 25% of the total vote cast, so that you are hyping that one as one of the things of winning. And for APC, but my problem is just that if APC can pull out, bring their results to Abuja, what happened to results in FCC, where the INEC national chairman is also saying? Because if you have to look at positioning of Ekiti, although it's one of the smallest in terms of population, and the votes being expected. But one way or the other, at least one is gone out of the 35 states remaining plus FCC Abuja. And with the Lagos mainland, something is doing. There are a lot of calculations even going on. But what means is that the Labour Party has now becoming and the main opposition party in that particular local government. But it's still early. It's just one out of the 20 local governments in Lagos. So one thing there is that
sorry to cut you short. I'm so sorry. I just have to take this as it is dropping. I just got Ikorodu results now, so I would also like to share that. Okwemi is actually live at the Lagos Collation Center, so that's why he's dropping it as it is being dropped also at that point. All right. So what we have for Ikorodu local government here in Lagos State, there are 19 wards in Ikorodu, and registered voters, we have 364,072 registered voters. Accredited voters, 89,414. That's quite unfortunate, Nuruddin. I'm sure you covered the Ikorodu. But before we go into the analysis of that, 364,072 registered voters in Ikorodu, 89,414 accredited voters in that same place. However, the reports that I'm getting is that it is still currently being contested by the Labour Party agent at the Lagos Collation Center. That is what Okwemi that's the information that he's giving me now. It is being contested, but then what we have as the result from INEC collation is that Accord has 233 votes. Party AA has 28 votes. AAC has 124. ADC 498. ADP 197. APC 50,353. APGA 152. APN 53. APP 19. Boot Party BP, that's 109. Labour Party 28,000. 951, NNPP 400, NRM 33, PDP 4,508, PRP 17, SDP 57, YPP 60, and ZLP 855. That is for Ikorodu local government. Although, as I've mentioned earlier, also it is actually still being contested. So definitely, I would be giving updates if there's any changes on that. But over to you. Let me start with Fuad.
Okay, well, from the results we're seeing, if we are to go by the two local governments that we have, so far, I think Ekpe will be next, according to Okpeyemi Akinode, so we'll be expecting to see that. But, it's like the Labour Party has suddenly become the main opposition party in Lagos as far as the presidential election tally is concerned. Because, again, if you look at Lagos mainland, APC 20,030 votes, Labour Party 18,698 votes. While you have the PDP struggling with 3,002 votes. That's to tell you that the Labour Party, was actually the party going neck to neck with the APC in the elections. So far with these two results in Lagos. Now for Ikorodu, I'm sure Nuruddin would have something to say about that because he covered Ikorodu. APC 50,353 votes. While the Labour Party polled 28,051 votes, and then the PDP struggling with 4,508 votes in Ikorodu. Sandra, the PDP is performing poorly in Lagos. This is what the result is telling us. One would expect that, there would have been a far more decent showing. But again, this is too early to call. We are not, again, we are just working with these two local governments. But again, somehow the APC is still showing strong lead with these two local governments. So I think that's what I can make of these results for now. Again, we still have 18 more local governments to go. We have just two. So let's say that, look, for now, it's too early to call, but the PDP is performing poorly, Sandra.
Over to you, Nuruddin. So far, we have Lagos mainland, we have Ikorodu. What is your assessment?
Well, considering Ikorodu, Ikorodu is one of the local government that a lot of people were expecting maybe troubles will occur, although there was a presence of a lot of staff across the area in that particular local government. Although there was not an issue of whatever, but they are all people all around. And there was no issue of attacking people, but we see a lot of South. We saw a lot of South yesterday. They were much. In fact, I must confess that I take only minutes to go to, apart from part of the one that we couldn't see most of it South. But the other one, including from Iga and the other area, they were very visible. Well, with this result, having Labour Party pulling out 28,961 and APC 50,363, it shows that the Labour Party is really going up to the major opposition in this presidential election on the 21st. And the PDP having 4,508, shows that there is fire on the mountain for the party in the state. But this is just presidential election, and this is just another local government which, based on the being the puller in the Lagos INEC, it shows that Labour Party is very much as possible going bumper to bumper with the ruling party in the state. But one thing that we must put into consideration, if we are having this kind of result in the presidential election, what is going to happen when the governorship election comes to March 11th, and we are going to see. But I must confess, if Labour Party is putting up this kind of result across all the local governments in Lagos State, it shows that there's something that is being positive in that party in the state, I must confess. If you have a party like that pulling out 28,000 in Ikorodu, don't forget that Ikorodu is not like Amu other things. It's not like Oshodi Solo. is nature dominated, not by the Yoruba speaking people in that particular local government. In fact, as much as a lot of youth that come out to participate in this particular election, but if you have to look at the total number of voters, we can say that in that local government, many people did not come out and vote. Although, when we are going around, we saw a lot of people gathering at different polling units, but with this number of vote casted, it shows that many people did not even vote. If you consider the number of people that have PVC in the Ikorodu local government, automatically having this, when you sum up the 60,353 of APC, 28,951 of Labour Party, PDP 4,508, then NSPP 400, and other smaller parties with what if you gather everything, and then automatically we can say categorically that majority of people do not come out to vote in Ikorodu. Considering the number of people we see all around in that particular local government when we cover it yesterday, and it shows something. Is there any high level of voters apathy in Ikorodu? And really shows with the numbers we have on vote.
Thank you very much. I was going to get to that particular level. I mean, if you have registered voters of over 300,000 and the people that came out to, or let me not say came out to vote, because there's a possibility that, some people came out and they could not be accredited, because according to what we have from INEC is that the accredited voters, that's what we have, is 80-something thousand. So far. But then if we look at that as against what we have from Ekiti, I've not heard from you, Nuruddin, as regards the result from Ekiti.
Well, in terms of Ekiti, the only problem I have is the number of voided votes. If at this particular level that we are still having that higher number of voided votes, then we could say that all the major agencies that is in charge of mobilizing people, telling people what to do at different levels. We know that there is a particular political giant in Nigeria that shows in the ballot paper while voting, that even voided votes. A politician of that particular level, it shows that lot of those people that are not so have a political knowledge, the number of voted votes at this particular election with the one shown in the city, it shows that I fire on the mountain. There are a lot of people that they think they know the processes of voting in Nigeria, but at the end of the day, by the time they are voting, their votes were being folded. And this is one of the headaches that every political party must have. What is the issue when a voter voted for your party and the vote is end up being voided? But one thing there is that, considering what is happening in Ekiti, the political landscape, and the kind of division in the opposition in that particular state, we are expecting for some of us that are following the trend of the politics in Ekiti, we know that APC will have that particular. But one thing there is that looking at the numbers being put up by PDP in that state, it shows that that is up, because what it means is that they have over 24%. And when you have over 25% in the vote packet, what it means is this. Whatever that's been to the company against you, you still have 25%. So, and that is the thing. But if we are going by that two particular states with APC only as we have now, we don't know the number of voted votes we are going to have in the populated states that we have in Nigeria. We want to see, as the time goes on tomorrow, when the INEC in Abuja is going to be rolling in different states, then we can now be looking at the voided votes along with the vote cast by different parties.
All right, thank you very much. I'm getting results for Ekpe, but it's not yet complete as at now. So, but then stay with us. We'll definitely get it as it's coming in. Thank you very much, Nuruddin and Fuhad Said. But things are looking interesting as regards Ekpe. We're having the APC kind of leading with about with 19,867 votes, and we have the Labour Party with 3,497, the NNPP with 76, and then we have the People's Democratic Party with 5,221. But then would definitely get for the entire the entire 18 political parties. Yes, it's already in. Thank you. All right, so what we have is that in Ekpe local government, there are 19 wards in Ekpe. Registered voters, we have 160,600 and apologies, 160,361 registered voters in Ekpe. Accredited voters, we have 30,683. That's what we have. All right. So votes by party. Party A, that's Accord, has 54. Party AA has 6. Party AAC, 18. Party ADC, 211. Party ADP, 58. Party APC, 19,867. ABGA, 54. APM, 14. APP, 7. BP, that's Boot Party, 25. Labour Party, 3,497. NNPP, 76. NRM, 14. PDP, 5,221. PRP, 6. SDP, 22. YPP, 11. ZLP, 81. And for that particular local government, valid votes 29,222. Rejected votes 1,356, and the total is 30,578, and that is for Ekpe local government area. Nuruddin?
Well, the only surprise I have with Ekpe local government, and for the record, Ikorodu that we talked about, that is the local government where we have the deputy governorship candidate of PDP in Lagos State really come from, and also the Ekpe. The only problem that I have is that when you have 160 registered voters, over 160, 361, and only 30,000, over 30,000 naira, over 30,000, then that is fire on the mountain. And APC having 19,867, and Labour Party 3,497, and PDP 5,221. I must say that it's a very, very big gap. But at the same time, when we cumulate it together, and then we remove over 30,000 from 160,000 registered voters, it shows that over about 130,000 people did not vote, considering the number of registered voters. What it means is that a lot of people in Ekpe did not come out and vote. In fact, they are scattered all around. I was not expecting much from that particular local government, considering the pocket of the polling unit. And at the same time, we just need to thank God for that particular local government, considering what has happened before this election. Here, a lot of guns were being burned by people protesting as regards the use of scarcity of MAINLAND notes and other things. But it went equally with the help of Nigerian police and other security operators. In fact, Nigeria Army really did very well in the test. But with this kind of result, it shows that many people did not come out and vote. And it stalled down on the kind of policies that we are practicing, particularly in that particular local government, where you have registered voters 160,361, and only over 30,000 only 30,000. Maybe because I love money. That is the issue.
I keep wondering why the naira keeps coming.
When you have over 30,000 voters coming to vote, when you were supposed to have about over 60,000, then a lot of people did not come out and vote.
That's quite unfortunate. Fuad, looking at the 3 local governments that we have covered for Lagos State so far, the turnout, I don't know if it's to blame it on the turnout, or maybe what exactly could have happened. You know, we were expecting high numbers in Lagos. Lagos alone had over 6 million new voters. new registered voters. Yes. So we're expecting that number should have an effect, or there should be a consequence from that increment on the vote. But here we are. In Ikorodu, over 300,000 registered voters, but only 89,000. And even the latest one in Ekpe, we have over 160,000 and only 30,000, only a little above 30,000 came out to vote.
Well, unfortunately, like you said, we were expecting that people were going to come out to vote, and that the numbers were going to be very high, impressive, and a departure from what we're used to, what we have seen in the last maybe 4 or 5 elections. You know, we've always talked about the fact that in Lagos State, when it comes to registration to vote, the numbers have always been high. But when it comes to casting the ballot and choosing the governor or even the president, for example, we struggle to get to almost 1 million votes, across the state. And that is what is playing out from what we're seeing. Look at it, for example, if you have a total of 160,361 registered voters and only 30,683 persons came out to vote, not even 50,000, not even 100,000. It just tells you that, look, there was voter apathy, and you want to wonder why. Why is it that people did not come out to vote? So, again, that's the scenario in the 3 local governments that we've reviewed so far, Sandra. And I think that's probably what's also happening across the country. But we don't know what is happening in the north until their votes come. But let's remain in Lagos. In effect, the APC having 19,867 votes. Somehow the PDP was able to overtake the Labour Party in effect, but with a very slim margin, and not up to 2,000 votes. You look at it, PDP 5,221, while Labour Party 3,497. So I think the conclusion is that, look, the APC was able to do very well in effect. The margin is quite impressive. If you look at it, again, 19,000 to the Labour Party struggling with 3,000, and then PDP with 5,000. So one would say, for whatever reason, we don't know, but I think somehow the APC was able to do very well in effect. But again, you also have to look at cancelled votes, although we don't have the reason why these votes were cancelled. But votes in 3 wards in effect were cancelled, and that amounted to about 19, 8 and 5. So nothing too serious. I think that's about less than 50 votes were cancelled in 3 wards. But again, this is what it is. The APC again taking effect with a very good margin. So again, we wait to see what will come out from other governments in Lagos State.
All right, thank you very much. Well, so far, so interesting. Let me put it that way, as we expect other results coming in from the Lagos State Collation Center. All right, we'll just give me a few minutes. We'll take a very short break, and we will be right back. You're listening to Mainland 98.3 FM, and we are currently taking live updates from the Lagos State Collation Center, INEC Collation Center, where so far we've reviewed 3 local governments. And coming in just after Ekpe is Lagos Island, and it is looking very, very interesting. I'm telling you, it is looking very, very interesting. But then we'll take the updates as soon as our correspondent over there in Okoyemi Akinode sends his report. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Often determine how much of our desired society we experience. Identifying the challenges and providing applicable solutions to those challenges is what we do when we converge in the Situation Room. From every corner of the world, we analyze politics, policies, and operations. Right your comfort zone.
New twists, new hands and legs coming into this. Talk to us about how failure of intelligence had brought us to where we are right now. This whole right station.
cannot successfully defend a nation without relevant or appropriate intelligence.
In 2015, unemployment and unemployment was 24%. There is a major cause of our poverty is corruption.
The existence of evil is one of the very best reasons to arm law-abiding citizens.
Who are these insecurities? The use of area boys, the use of thuggery, the use of unknown assassins and gunmen, politics, politicians, and elections. I'm familiar with all these strange happenings.
Shouldn't have to choose between one candidate who wants to burn this party down and another candidate who wants to buy this party out.
Keeping you informed about decisions made and many more. Join Opeyemi Akinyon and other seasoned analysts in the Situation Room every
3,886. Total rejected votes 1,052. So that's the result for Lagos Island local government. Fuhad, is there anything that you'd like to add before I connect Opoyemi?
Well, I don't think there's any major difference from what we saw in the last 3 local governments that we've reviewed so far. That being Ikorodu, Ekwe, and
Lagos Mainland.
Lagos Mainland. Now, Lagos Island is not anything different. Again, look at the number of registered voters. Over 200,000 persons registered to vote in Lagos Island. Only 34,000 persons came out to vote.
Right.
Not even up to 50,000 voters.
So please hold on. I'm trying to connect. Yes, Okwemi. But that's another thing that we need to talk about. The turnout, because the info. Where we were gathering reports yesterday, a lot of people came forward and said, "Oh, we went to the polling unit, but then." But then we didn't have our materials didn't arrive on time, so some of us had to leave and all of that. So we really there's a lot that's going around the turnout of people to the election venues to go out there and vote. But then so far the numbers are just not coming in. It's just as against registered voters in Lagos, the numbers that we're getting has been interesting so far. Opoyemi, live from the Lagos Collation Center. What is the situation?
Yes. Good evening, Lagos. I'm reporting live from the INEC office in Lagos, and we just took a break now because some of the local governments that just came in, their results are still being reconciled with what we have from the INEC office itself. So we've taken 4 local governments so far, and the 4 local governments taking mainland, that's Lagos Mainland, Ikorodu, Ekpe local government area, and Lagos Island. So we have 4 local governments already. We have Ikorodu, we have Ekpe local government, we have Lagos Island, and we have Lagos Mainland. And we have the data for Lagos Mainland. We have 250,616 registered voters. 250,616 registered voters for Lagos Mainland. And accredited voters are 45,686. 45686. That is accredited voters. So that is the much I would give for now. For valid votes, we have 43,000. For rejected votes, we have 2,204. So for valid vote cast, we have 45344. That's 45,344. Yes, the political parties, all of them have their results and their numbers here with me. Okay. For Ikorodu local government, we have 19 wards. We have 36472 registered voters. Ikorodu local government with 19 wards, 364,072 registered voters. And out of these 364,000, we have 89,414 accredited voters. That's 89,404. 89,414 accredited voters. 89,414. So we have all of the political parties. AAC, ADC, ADP, APC, ABGA, APN, APP, BP, LP, NNPP, NRM, PDP, PRP, SDP, YPP, and Zenith Labour Party. For Ikorodu, 19 wards, 364,072 registered voters, 89414 accredited voters. For Ekpe local government area, we also have 19 wards. 19 wards, 19. And for registered voters, we have 160361. 160361. Accredited voters, we have 30683. Accredited voters, we have 30683. For valid votes under Ekpe local government area, we have 29222. 29222. For rejected votes, we have 1356. 1356. Total vote cast, we have 30578. 30578. That is much that we have for Ekpe local government. 19 wards, registered voters of 160361, accredited 30683. And of course, we have all of the political parties.
Hello?
18 of them.
Okay.
18 of these political parties have their candidates for Ekpe local government area. For Lagos Island, the last local government that we took before we went on that break, Lagos Island, we have 19 wards also. 19 wards also. And for registered voters, we have 200,048. That is 200,048 registered voters. 200,048. For accredited voters, we have 34989. 34989. Total valid votes, we have 33886. 33886. For total valid votes for Lagos Island. The total rejected votes, we have 1052. That's 1052. 1052. And for total vote cast for Lagos Island, we have 35538. 35538. That's for Lagos Island, 19 wards. Total registered voters, we have 200,048. For accredited voters, we have 34989. And all of the 18 political parties have their numbers also. So those are the 4 local governments is taking so far. And we are waiting till 8:30 for us to reconvene, and we'll continue. We have our gate on standby. The result is just being reconciled. And by the time we come back, they will announce the other polling units that are available. The other local governments that are available. Then the counting will also continue. So far, so good. There's just been 2 objections raised on the results, and both of them have come from the Lagos State chairman of the Labour Party. One of the mistake or one of the points you raised has been noted and admitted by the returning officer for Lagos INEC, which is the Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Technology, Akure, the Vice Chancellor of FUTA, Professor Adenike Temidayo Oladiji, She's the returning officer for Lagos State. She's Professor Adenike Temidayo Oladiji, the Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Technology, Akure. So that is all we have for now. By 8:30, we'll come back and then we'll continue the other local governments that will have been brought by then. Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you very much, Okwemi. I appreciate. Hello. I wanted to ask though, were there any contests to any of the results so far?
Yes, we have two of the local governments. The first that was challenged was actually for Lagos mainland, and the objection was raised by the state chairperson of Labour Party. And the objection she raised was that the number that she has with her is actually 20,830. 20830. But the collation officer brought 18,698. The Labour Party chairperson is claiming that the result she has with her is 20830. But the INEC officer said what she has with her is 18698. So the Labour Party collation officer, that also happens to be the state party chairperson, says that she alleged that some of their polling unit agents were made to sign a blank result sheet. But that complaint had been admitted by the returning officer, that's Professor Adenike Temidayo Oladiji, and she has said they will look into that that particular concern raised. The Lagos State Party chairperson of Labour Party also raised concern about a fair local government area. But at the end of the day, it was noted and the correction was fixed immediately. So those are the two objections that we had. So more local governments are coming in. We are already seeing local government officers bringing in results in their numbers. So hopefully when we come back by 8:30, we'll have a longer stretch, so that we can take as much local government as we can take. But the Resident Electoral Commissioner for Lagos State, Mr. Olusegun Agbaje, MNI, has already assured us that will cover all of the local governments today. That means it could go into the early hours of tomorrow. But we are here, we are on ground, we are on the charge, we are committed to provide detailed and comprehensive coverage of the election to the people of Lagos and to the people of Nigeria. So we are here. By 8:30, we will convene in the hall and I will continue with the results.
All right then. Thank you very much, Okwemi. We'll get in touch with you.
You're welcome, Sandra.
All right. Over to you now, Fuhad. Let's carry on with our conversation with as regards, what Okwemi has reported. Now, we were talking about the Lagos Island results. Before I connect Nuruddin back into the show, you were saying some things.
Basically, I was just saying that what we have from Lagos Island is not different from what the vote tally in the three other local governments that we reviewed before Lagos Island came in. The fact that, again, the numbers are not impressive. The voter turnout is not impressive, Sandra. Again, here in Lagos Island, over 200,000 persons registered to vote. Just a little over 30,000 persons came out and voted. Not even 50,000, not 100,000, not half of the figure. Again, it just tells you that there was voter apathy, and honestly, I don't know what could have accounted for that number of persons registering to vote and then not coming out to actually vote. But for the figures, I think the APC seems to have done very well in Lagos Island again with a very good margin. If you were to compare what the APC have, that is 27,760 votes compared to the Labour Party that had 3,058 votes. Again, the Labour Party of staging the PDP in Lagos Island. This simply just tells us again, Sandra, that the Labour Party appears to now be the major opposition in Lagos. The PDP performing poorly in 4 of the local governments that we reviewed so far. I think the only local government where the PDP had a decent showing, I think was, I think in Ekpe, right?
Yes,
I think Ekpe, where they were able to have a little over the Labour Party. Yes, but even at that we can't say that is impressive if we were to look at the strength and structure of the PDP supposedly in Lagos. But again, 4 local governments reviewed so far, like Opeyemi Akinode said, 8:30 announcement of results in the Lagos Collation Center will start again, and then more local governments will turn in their results. I'm hoping that it could all be completed this evening, because if all the returning officers are already at that center, all it needed to happen. I think these results can be announced in 15-20 minutes. So why can't it all be collated this evening, so that we know that Lagos is all sorted? But again, 4 local governments reviewed so far. It is still showing strongly, but again, it's too early to say anything. Again, there are still a lot of other local governments. That means we still have about 16 local governments to cover. Alimosho is the largest local government with a high number of voters. We expect that is going to be a major decider. Alimosho is always a major decider for elections in Lagos. Also, local governments like Amuwo Odofi is still being expected. Local government like Ojo local government, Ajeromi, Felodun, Ifakojae, Ikeja, where, as at yesterday, some of the, feelers we have is that the Labour Party did very well in those local governments. So what we have for now cannot be an indication of what really happened in Lagos until we have some of these local governments also turning their results.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Fuhad. So let's see if we can get any calls. I'm sure a lot of people are itching to join in on the conversation. But before we open up the phone line for you to be a part of the conversation, I would like to connect with Nuruddin Adegbenro for him to also share his thoughts as regards the results so far. It's been an interesting ride, and there's nothing that we can say yet. All right, so I would really require that we all stay calm and await the rest of the results. So far at the national level, we only have for Ekiti. That's what we have only for Ekiti. But then, oh no. Okay, for that's the only one that we have as of now. So it would really try so hard to connect here. All right, so it would really help if we can all stay calm. Of course, Mainland 98.3 FM is here to give you up to date information as it's going on. Okay, that's the mistake I'm making. All right, so stay with us. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back as we try to connect back with Nuruddin Adegbenro. Break, but then we've been able to get results from 4 local governments in Lagos. Just very briefly, your assessment so far for Lagos Mainland, Lagos Island, Ekpe, and Ikorodu results in Lagos, so we can open up the phone line and get thoughts from our listeners.
Well, Lagos Island is not different from that one of Ekpe, considering there are some certain places that are traditional resident base, where the residents of those areas are traditionally, like Lagos Island, just like Said rightly put it, like Okitoko, and all those areas, they are traditionally based and not expecting something different, considering this particular election, where APC have to pull over 27,760, and you have PDP going far like 2,521, and Labour Party 3,058. My major highlight there to me is the total number of votes cast and the total number of registered voters in that particular local government. When you have 200,048 as registered voters and only over 38,000 voted. So it's still showing that a lot of people did not vote. Over 163,000 did not even voted in that particular election. And the number of voted vote 1,062. Oh, that is so huge considering Lagos Island, the number of elite, the level of education and the rest. But generally speaking, I must say that all these places are traditionally placed considering Lagos Mainland is a little bit open to all the people. But when you talk about Ikorodu effect, they are traditional places. Even Lagos Island, traditional places, until other ones will up. But I must say that APC has been doing very well in these local governments, Lagos Mainland, Ikorodu effect, and the Lagos Island has been doing very well. But when you consider the total number of registered voters, because the higher the number of votes gathered in all these local governments will really measure up for the presidential candidate of APC in the national total of the state of 36 states. If you have to win, you have to win this. But I must say, apart from Ikorodu, that Labour Party did very well, having 28,951 against 60,363 of APC. I think in other local government districts, both PDP and LP have done so that especially the PDP in Lagos Island, 2,521 against 37,760 of APC. But my only edict is that a lot of people did not come out to vote.
I think that's the headache, or that's the what's the word that we can use now? That's the discouraging thing about this whole the whole thing, because you can't imagine 300 and something registered voters, and out of that only 84,000 or so came out to vote. What happened? We didn't even have up to 100,000 at least, from an 800 and something thousand. All right, but then let's open up the phone line and get to hear from our listeners their thoughts as regards the results being announced thus far. Okay, please, we have our own reports. Okay, there's no need for you to give us your own reports. Just tell us your thoughts as regards the results that we have announced so far. We're not asking you for results from your place. Okay. Thank you very much. Would appreciate if you do not have to go and start announcing results from your own unit. No. The only result that we're going to be pushing out there here from Mainland FM is results from the INEC Collation Center. Thank you very much. Okay, so 09136000410. That's for phone calls. You have just a minute. Please go straight to the point. And then, of course, you can send text messages or WhatsApp messages to 0913-6000-430. Hello.
Sandra.
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening. Please turn off your radio set, please.
Okay. Are you hearing me now? I've left the radio.
Okay. Thank you very much. I can hear you.
Okay. We are hearing your voice here.
Please move away from the radio. Move away from the radio.
I've left where the radio is.
Okay. Good evening. Your name, please.
I am Festus calling from the driver and our friend. Thank God you have picked my call today. You have what?
You're welcome.
I'm happy you have been calling since about 3 days.
You're welcome.
So what I want to say is that let them be destroying the votes. It's people that destroy the vote. It's not that people came out, they did not allow people to vote. That is why we are having a party. That is the truth. So that's what I want to say. Let them be destroying it. God will help us.
Okay.
Change have come. We know the reason why it's happening like that.
Thank you, Mr. Festus.
Bye-bye.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much.
We are waiting for other local government by 8:30.
Yes, we are on ground. We are on ground for it. Thank you very much. I don't know if I got let them destroy the part. I don't know if I got that part right, but Fuad, did you understand what he meant?
No, I think what he said was that the reason why the turnout was low was that because people were not allowed to vote. But I don't think so. I really want to doubt that. Because I was in the field, and everyone that came out to vote, especially the district, was accredited and allowed to vote.
Thank
People
you.
did not
Hello,
just
good evening.
come out to vote.
Hey, Sandra,
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes.
One of the two stations I followed yesterday, your station and Nigeria. So for now, I just want to appreciate all of you for a good job well done. Akinyode, Nuride, your colleague just talk to just while for now, let's just wait before I will now make my comment. I just want to say well done very much. The Lord is.
Amen. Thank you very much, Ufoma. We appreciate. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Yes, my name is Kendi Adio.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Good evening, Kendi. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Akeson area of Lagos.
Akeson.
Yes.
All right. Please go ahead.
From the results you are reading out, I'm beginning to think that Labour Party is like a party that is not even wanted in Nigeria. But in the reality, I must say what happened yesterday was a disgrace on democracy. People were physically intimidated. People were physically assaulted. We were sorry. I was at the polling unit, about 4 polling units in my person here. Physically assaulted people from a certain region of this country, not to vote. And that is the result we are seeing today. I'm just highly disappointed in INEC. I'm disappointed in the security agencies. I'm disappointed even in the individuals of Lagos. Saying that a certain people should not vote, and we say we have democracy. No. This is not democracy. This is nothing short of military regime. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kendario. Fuad, Akeson
Yes,
is which area of Lagos?
Akeson, that should be around.
Is that Yanokwaja? It sounded like Abeson to me.
No, it's not Abeson. It's different from Akeson.
Okay.
Akeson is now, right? Yes, he's on the way to Igondo. Akeson is the father of the former Oba of Akeson, is the former father of the TCC of Lagos University. Fagbo.
I think Akeson should be around the Gondo.
Yes, he's under the Gondo. Yes.
All right, I just want to put
Sorry, Sandra. We were all in the field yesterday. I agree that there were pockets of violence. Reports of voter intimidation were reported in some parts of Lagos. I agree with the last caller that yes, there were situations where in fact ballot boxes were destroyed, ballot boxes were snatched. I think there were also reports of even beavers snatched at some point.
Yes.
And then recovered. And we also got reports in some parts of I think Oshodi also where voters were allegedly attacked and all of that. But generally, Sandra, I still want to insist. I don't know whether Nuruddin has a contrary opinion. I just discovered that even in the places where the election was peaceful, you understand, Sandra, in the places where there were no attacks, where there were no reported cases of violence, people did not just come out to vote. I'm not saying that there were no cases of voter intimidation or violence or attack and all of that. No, I'm not saying that is not up. But I think generally the turnout was poor. If we were to compare into the number of registered voters, none of the results that we reviewed so far showed that half of people that registered came out to vote in any of the polling units or local government, sorry. And it's disheartening to see because we had expected that with the million of new registered voters, the energy level was going to be different. Yes, Sandra.
Thank you very much. Yes. I would really love to hear from the listeners. I appreciate, the breakdown that you're giving us, but I would, yes. Thank you very much.
It's okay.
Yes. All right. Okay, so 09136000410. That's for phone calls. For text messages and WhatsApp, strictly text messages and WhatsApp is 0913-6000-430. So if you are calling that number, there's nobody that's going to pick it up. It's just for text messages and WhatsApp messages. So for phone calls, it's 0913-6000-410. Hello?
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
I'm calling from Ayobo.
Right. Your name, please.
My name is Ernest Fero, calling from Ayobo.
Ernest, okay.
Yes, many people came out to vote. You understand me? Many people came out to vote, but the line, what I observed was that the line and the people coming out, due to the INEC, the presiding officers were not able to attend the people that was out because they were slow in signing, and quite alright. I was glad that the machine was good and network was okay. But the quite signing, the quite slow in signing the papers, and they said that voting is closing by application is closing by 3 o'clock, and that when application is closing by 3 o'clock, like in my own unit, 4 units, the application closed. This not due to the help of God and due to the help of the officers around. Some other crew were trying to close up the voting, and they were saying that it's time of
Hello, Mr. Ernest. We're struggling to hear you. Can you please wrap up your message?
Okay.
Hello? Oh, I was expecting a summary. I didn't quite get, that particular report. But thank you very much, Mr. Ernest, for calling in. Hello?
Hello, Sandra. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
This is Comrade Collins from Alimosho.
Comrade Collins from Alimosho. Please go ahead.
Yeah. If I want to follow what you're saying, that people did not really come out to vote. If that people did not really come out to vote, some Lagosians, some the Lagos individuals, they don't want to vote for APC presidential candidate, and they don't want to go the other way around either. So they prefer staying at home, not to vote at all.
Yeah, but comrade, is that the solution?
The reason why I'm saying this because I have conversations with so many people.
Yeah, but I get what you are saying, but I'm asking,
I'm very angry with them. I am very angry with them. I told them to their face. I'm very angry with them. And even in some area I don't know if you notice what if you see the voice note or the video that in one place in Nigeria that they were saying that if you don't vote for this party, you better go home. That they are imposing fear in some people, and that if you want it very well, some people started living gradually, and there are so many people that are trained in some polling units. So because of that, so many people refuse to vote. So not that they don't want to vote, many people want to vote, and some don't want to vote against their own Omotiwani.
All right, I get it. I will get that now. Thank you very much, comrade. Okay, and thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sure, Fuad, and you have anything to... Is there any response you'd like to give?
The thing is that I know that there were reported cases. We saw that video yesterday, Sandra.
Voter intimidation.
But again, we are with videos and things like this, until you are very, very sure of the source of the video and that it was not manipulated in any way, you want to be careful to make comments on it. But the video was well circulated, and then, of course, it was clearly what was in that video was a form of voter intimidation. Like I said, there were reported cases of violence, attacks on INEC facilities, ballot boxes and other parts of Lagos. But I'm saying that even in areas where it was peaceful, I don't know, I don't really want to blame the security officials because, again, in most parts of Okota, Isolo, Apapa Oshodi Expressway, Second Rainbow, the presence of military men was quite obvious and massive. At a stage, we were even turning around, we were working with the military guys, and I was even shocked at their numbers. As I said, I had to come down to question residents of, I think, somewhere at Agor Palace,
why that number of military men all around them, and they said, oh, they were just keeping the peace. In fact, they were even cheering them up and all of that. So in some areas, it was really, really very peaceful. And again, these are some of the reports that we'll continue to get, and hopefully, but the reality is that whether it was voter intimidation, whether it was that people did not just come out to vote, whether it was just a personal decision or decisions of people, what we ask is that, look, the numbers were not impressive or are not impressive,
All right.
Sandra.
All right. Thank you very much. 0913 6410, that's for phone calls, and 0913 6430, that is for text and WhatsApp. Hello?
Hello. Sandra.
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, thank you for taking this call. This is the first time I'll be linking with your radio station.
Oh, you're welcome. Your name, please.
Yeah, my name is Abiola.
Abiola, where are you calling from?
Yeah, precisely Akeson.
Akeson. Okay.
Yeah. And what motivated my call is the caller from Akeson as well.
Okay, the first caller.
Yes. For you to be involved in political discourse, you need to understand the demography. Yeah, political geography of that setting. Now, unfortunately, people could not place Akeson on the map of Lagos quickly. Akeson is in Alimoso local government, and like you rightly said, Alimoso local government is the biggest for now. Having been shared into about 7 local governments and LCD in Lagos State. Now, on that Lasu Isheri Expressway, the bridge there from Obadore Junction commences. That is the starting point of Alimoso local government. Moving down to Isheri, moving down to Akeson, back to Ipaja, to Aboru and the rest, and it continues. Sharing border with Igbezimo. Now, one funny thing there, I will tell you authoritatively, there was no case of intimidation. Thanks to the armed forces placed on that road, from that bridge side in Obadore, linking Ojo local government. I must terminate on that route, and Ojo local government commences from that bridge. So the armed forces were parading, but it's just unfortunate that you see there's no way you can drop the indigenous setting, the indigenous people, when you have a party that has empowered itself with manipulation, with propaganda, and say, this is what we are doing for all, this is what we are not doing.
Okay, I think you start wrapping things up.
Yeah, for vision, I think we've had a good day in Lagos.
Okay.
And it has been peaceful. Thanks again to the armed forces who are present in virtually all the points. And for the first time, UN manipulation and propaganda is not working. The will of the people we always be on point. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Abiola, for calling in. We appreciate. All right, in a few minutes, Fuad and Nuruddin, in a few minutes, I may have to cut you so that we can connect back to the Lagos State Collation Center. Yes, just in about 3 minutes, they'll break from, they take a break from their break, or they'll come back from the break.
They come from their break and start announcing results.
Yes, exactly. It's not easy. All right, but it is quite interesting so far. We still have 16 local governments to go in Lagos. I doubt if we're going to get this done tonight, but it seems that they seem determined. They said they will reconvene by 8:30. 4 local governments so far: Lagos Island, Lagos Mainland, Ekpe, and Ikorodu. Yes, thank you very much. And so far, the turnout, that's the focus for me right now, is the turnout. The turnout has not been quite satisfactory. That means that, the reports that we were getting yesterday was actually true to it. We got reports yesterday that people didn't come out. But then at some areas of Lagos and some parts of the country, people came out, but then INEC officials didn't come on time, so people went back home. So now it's a little dicey. We need to be very careful, how we look at things now. But then the truth is, people did not come out to vote. That's just the truth. Okay.
Figures are not impressive, Sandra.
No. I mean, especially the 300,000 registered voters, over 300,000 registered to vote, and only 89, a paltry 89 came out to vote. That's really that's not encouraging. So what exactly are we using our voters cards for?
You know, we've always analyzed this, Sandra, that some people just registered, collected the card, and
for ID card.
Maybe as a means of identification. That's it, basically. Not that they were really interested in voting.
And another thing again is that we need to even consider the work of INEC too. If you have voters that have been at a particular polling unit since 6:30, 7 a.m. and up to 12, no materials to come, and you still want
we are always Nuruddin. Although there are situations where people have talked about a lot of first-time voters, but somehow we sensitize a lot of people enough that look, whatever pain you go through, the number of hours that you have to wait, stay on ground, and ensure you vote is worth it at the end of the day. Look, registering for this card didn't come easy. Even collecting the card didn't come easy. So why should anybody go because other officials didn't come on time? It just shows that they were really not serious about voting. We spoke about this several times, if you remember, in our review. That look, if you struggle to register, it took you hours, days to register. It also took you hours to get the card. You should be ready to spend hours to cast your vote. I was in the field, Sandra. Look, in most of the polling units, Sandra, even before 2:30, voting attended. INEC officials were there waiting for voters. Nobody came. In most of the polling units in Lagos Central, Sandra, before 2 o'clock, voting had ended. INEC officials were just lounging because nobody came. They had to cross out a lot of unused ballot papers. Look at the tally now, the follow-up moments we reviewed. It's unfortunate.
Well, another thing again is that the issue of voters intimidation, we can't write it out. I must confess. There are some that we even visited in the Woroshoki, especially a place called Ekore bus stop. There is a very long good call along from me there that they turn it into a political divide. Like you are supporting this party is also being supported by this ethnic group. So, and that is another thing. But generally, when you look at the number of registered voters and the number of accredited voters for that election, it's very, very obvious that a lot of people from the poll, a lot of people did not come out to vote. And when you have a situation in Lagos Island, you have over 200,000 registered voters, and only over 38,000, they are the one that is going to declare who wins in that particular local government. It's far below the number of registered voters. And this is not the kind of democracy we want to practice because it's by population. And when you have over 38,000 determined for over 200,000, then there is no way you want to do the mathematics.
Well, thank you very much. We are getting some reports also. Let's see what we have as via text messages. Good evening, Sandra and crew. As always, you guys are doing great. This is Godwin from Ilasa. The truth is that the inability of INEC to upload results from the polling centers has raised a lot of concerns over these results that are coming out. Just imagine that at the end of the day, Lagos may not even have up to 1.5 million votes. For Adrian Nuruddin, I mean that. Let me finish the message. Just imagine that at the end, Lagos may not have up to 1.5 million voters in all. I think Fuad and the field guys should tell us what they saw as per turnout of people. I believe people came out to vote, but it's been Lagos style to slash off votes of the strong opposition. Fuad, recall the last election, it was the same case. I pray that God will grant our land peace. I mean, before we go into turnout again, so far, are we going to enter 1.5 million voters in Lagos with a state that has over 11 million registered voters?
And if we get to 1.5, it will be a miracle.
It's going to be a miracle.
The figures eventually enter 1.5.
Because the total number of registered voters of the 4 local governments that we've looked in Lagos State alone, the way we are going now, we have over 500,000. The registered in the projection of those people that are registered that we're supposed to have, and compared to the number of people that are registered voters, automatically we may not be able to see 1.5. Because one thing again is this: democracy is about game of numbers, and when those numbers are not coming out to vote, automatically there is no way you want INEC to manipulate figures for them. But with the way we are going, but let's be open. At least we don't have a value myself. We don't have another one.
Let's do quick mathematics. Let's do quick mathematics. Lagos Island, 34,000 voted in Lagos Island. Yes, do now. Very simple. In which one? Local government, 30,000. That's about 54,000.
Yes.
That's about 64,000 in two. Now let's go to the third one.
Lagos,
those ones, how many people voted?
Lagos Island is
about
33.
So we are talking about is about 90-something thousand persons that voted in 3 local governments. And then in Ikorodu, 89,000. If you have about 90,000 to 89,
that's about
you
almost
are still
200.
talking about not even to, that's about 170 or maybe let's say 180,000 persons.
That's almost
voted
200. In 4 local governments.
In 4 local governments.
Oh my goodness.
Here you see. How are we going to get to 1.5?
All right. Let's move away a bit from the numbers, okay? And now let's move on. Still on Godwin's message. Now, the inability of INEC to upload results, yesterday from the polling centers, that was also a glitch. Although INEC has they've released a press. There was a press release from INEC as regards the issues that they had with IREV and all of that. But then, do you think that the inability of INEC uploading results from the polling centers is a cause for concern?
You see, Sandra, I know we're still going to have a post-mortem after. I think even before the governorship election, there are going to be questions on the preparations of INEC and their performance in this election. A lot of questions. Again, in terms of logistics, late arrival of materials and all of that. If you remember, Sandra, some people don't just remember these things. I kept telling people to be a bit cautious about their expectations, especially when it comes to electronic transmission of results. Although I never knew that it would be difficult for INEC to transmit results from the polling unit. I thought that all that had been sorted out. What I just pointed out before the election was that, look, the voting process, apart from verification, which was BVAS, which was electronic, receiving ballot papers, some printing, dropping it, the counting, tallying of results were going to be largely manual. The only electronic transmission was for the results to be snapped and then transmitted. And I don't know why that was difficult to do for INEC. Although they've admitted that it was an error from them, they admitted that it was unfortunate, but again, it is what it is, we need to move on. But I'm still saying that, look, with all of the budgets of INEC, we did, time they have to prepare for these things with training and all of that. Again, that is the reason why we talk about, look, questioning these guys. A lot of times you even want to talk to them, they are so reluctant to talk to you. Maybe if there was enough grilling, questioning and probing, we would have been able to raise the right question and know that, look, some of these things would not have been possible. But it's unfortunate that at least just snapping of results and transmitting to INEC server was difficult to do. Because I said that was the easiest thing to do, really. It is not as if they were voting and the thing was going straight down to INEC server. The transmission was just for you to snap the results as a returning officer at the polling unit and then just upload. And it became extremely difficult to do. It is unfortunate.
All right. It is well. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll take a very short break now, trying to connect with Lagos Collation Center. We still have other messages that we need to respond to. But then we'll take a very short break. We'll be right back. Collation of results is currently ongoing in different parts of the country, even in Adamawa and other parts of the country, even also here in Lagos. Okay, so we'll definitely give you updates as we carry on. 16 more local governments to go in Lagos State. Stay with us. This is 98.3 Mainland FM, and we are looking at a collation of results for the presidential elections.
Mainland 98.3 FM.
Searching for the station to give you joy, laughter, and happiness. I had a rumor that the station you're searching for is right here. I mean, here. 98.3 Mainland FM. The sound of Lagos. Lagos, Lagos, Lagos.
Mainland 98.3 FM, the sound of Lagos. And right now we are still connected to the Lagos State INEC Collation Center for the presidential results. It's been trickling in and we have our 5th local government already. But before I announce that, so far we have announced results from the INEC Collation Center here in Lagos for Ikorodu, Lagos Island, Lagos Mainland and Ekpe. And right now, Okpeyemi Akinyode is still live at the Collation Center and he has sent in the results for Ibeju, Lekki. But just as I said before I read that out, this is ballot 23, the presidential election results collation. That is what we've been having thus far. And also in the course of the show, we also connected live to the National Collation Center in Abuja, where only Ekiti State has been able to finalize all steps of election results for the presidential elections. And it was quite an interesting one with the APC leading in with the APC winning in Ekiti State. All right, what we have from Ibeju Lekki is that Ibeju Lekki has a total number of 11 wards. Okay, is that a total number of 11 wards are in Ibeju Lekki. We have registered voters in Ibeju Lekki 123,800. Accredited voters in Ibeju Lekki 29,808. That's another very, very low, very low turnout there. From 123,800 registered voters expected at that local government. What the turnout or what the accredited voters, 29,808. Very low. 29,808.
See what we're talking about.
Yes. All right. So for Accord Party, 49. Apologies. Please hold. I just quickly need to. Yes, done. All right. Accord Party 49. Party AA 1. AAC 14. ADC 128. ADP 38. APC 14,685. APGA 21. APM 8. APP 1. Labour Party 10,410. NNPP 104. NRM 14. PDP 2,329. PRP 5. SDP 5. YPP 11. ZLP 178. So clearly leading in Ibeju Lekki or taking over in Ibeju Lekki is the APC with 14,685, and we have closely behind it is Labour Party with 10,410. And then after that, we have the PDP with 2,329. And closely following that is the ZLP, that's Zenith Labour Party with 178. All right. So valid votes out of the 29,808, Valid votes 28,034. Rejected votes 1,725. Total votes cast 29,759. So APC won Ibejuleki.
So the fifth local government that we are reviewing this evening, Sandra, and the same situation with voter turnout.
Yes.
Again, very, very poor. Just about 20,000 plus voters came out to vote in the Bejuleki, with a registered voter or number of about 120 something thousand. That tells you the story again. I don't know why we have this voter apathy. I still just think that people did not just take the election serious. I think it was more of people getting too involved with the conversation about who would win or not, and not really keeping their eyes on the ball. Look, elections is not just about the conversation and the talks that we do, but on actually working the talk by coming out to vote on elections day. Again, with the figures, I think the APC clearly has won this. But we need to commend the Labour Party. I think the margin is not up to 2,000 from the results you just gave out.
It's about 4,000.
About 4,000, sorry. Which is a good showing by the Labour Party in Ibejuleki.
It is a good showing now for Ibejuleki. I can't wait to read the next results. That's for Ikeja local government, and it's looking really interesting for the Labour Party. But then still on Ibejuleki, and as regards low turnout, before we open up the phone line, I have a message here. Okay. All right. Unfortunately,
can we have Ikeja?
No, it's not fully out yet. I just have for the major parties. All right. So yes, let's see. We have for Ikeja now live. So what we have from Ikeja now is that in Ikeja, registered voters 322,600. 322,600. However, accredited voters 57,530.
The same story.
That's very unfortunate. That's very, very unfortunate. All right. So accredited voters in Ikeja 57,530 as against 322,600. All right. So for Ikeja, Party A, that's Accord Party, 109, AA 19, AAC 63, ADC 204, ADP 62, APC 21,276, APGA 69, APM 27, APP 12, Boot Party 87, Labour Party 30,004, NNPP 337, NRM 20, PDP 2,280, PRP 14, SDP 35, YPP 29, and ZLP 415. That is that for Ikeja. Labour Party has taken over Ikeja. Apologies.
About 10,000 votes, huh?
Yes. Yes, with about 10,000 votes.
10,000 votes margin, yes.
That's quite interesting. But then we still have that unfortunate very low turnout.
Low voter turnout,
yes, in that part. Fuad, I may cut you a bit. Just hold on. Don't cut the dial. I'm just trying to connect with Okwemi. They are on a break. Lagos Collation Center is currently on a break. All right. So moving on, just as we've mentioned, we have gotten results from about 6 local governments so far. It's been quite an interesting one. Ikorodu, Ekwe, Lagos Island, Lagos Mainland. We've also gotten from Ibejuleki and also Ikeja. So from the 5 previous local governments, APC is in the lead. But then in a very interesting turn of events, Labour Party won Ikeja local government. All right, so we are trying to connect with Okwemi Akinode, who is live at the Lagos State Collation Center. He mentioned that they're on a short break. I think the break is over. Okay. All right. Okay. I think the break is over. So he wasn't able to pick up. So I think the break is over. So we carry on with our conversations, Fuhad. However, okay, yes, I'm with you.
Please go on, Sandra, please.
Oh, okay. Because I just wanted to connect back with Nuruddin. That's what I wanted to do. Okay. All right. Yes. So now we also have reports for. Oh, okay. Still on Ikeja. Okay, yes. Still on Ikeja. And now we are back to Badagry. So we have so far Ikeja, Ibejuleki, Ikorodu, Lagos Island, Lagos Mainland, Ekpe. So that's Ikeja. Now they are currently counting Badagry at the Lagos Collation Center. It is quite interesting. So Nuruddin, thank you for joining in. Labour Party took over Ikeja.
Well, it is looking from Ibejuleki, you discover that the local government that will already gather results according to our correspondent. You know that Ibejuleki is another traditional place. Because when we're talking about Ibejuleki, we are talking about traditional people. We are outskirts apart from the we are also rooted in kind of politics. But one thing there is that when you have a Labour Party having 10,410 in Ibejuleki and APC gathering 14,685, you know it's very close. But the one of the case that I will be surprised and I won't be surprised. The reason why I won't be surprised is because with the high level of youth in that particular local government, and what they've been saying even before this particular election means that people have to take them serious. When Labour Party has 30,004 and APC 21,276, and the PDP distant third 2,280, it shows that the way Labour Party won in Ikeja, it was a stylish form. Having close to 10,000, it's about 9,000 plus, it shows something, and it shows so much significant. And don't forget that when we are talking about Ikeja, we are talking about the news and cranny of politics in the metro and in the capital of Lagos State. I think we are still having much more to be coming. But one thing that is so germane here is this: when you have a registered voters, 322,600, and the people that voted that day, 57,530. It means something, and that means that a lot of people, even in Ikeja, upon the number of elites, upon the number of people that understand politics and how this particular election is so germane to people of Ikeja, it's so sad that we have only 57,530 out of 322,600. No, it's so sad. It's so sad. This one goes beyond the issue of apathy. Let's put that one aside. But the number of total people that come out to vote.
Thank you.
No. It's so sad. It's so sad.
Thank you very much, Nuruddin. I think we can all agree that the number that we are getting in Lagos State is actually has been very discouraging so far. We haven't even had up to 40%
of registered voters.
Exactly. We've not even had up to 40%, 50% of registered voters in each local government coming out to vote, and it's really unfortunate. One would think that with the numbers, when we were having the conversation yesterday, with DME Saka as regards analysis in the studio, we're looking at the fact that 87.2 million people have their cards. So, and Lagos State has 11 million. So we're expecting at least 5 to 6 million people, coming out to do what is required of them by the Constitution. But then here we are. So far, I don't think we've even counted up to 250,000 from 6 local governments governments in Lagos, and we still have 14 local governments to go. Badagry is up next. Badagry currently counting Badagry. Now let's see if we can get reports, or let's hear from our listeners. 0913 6000 410. That's the number to call, or you can send a text message or a WhatsApp message to 0913 6000 430. That's for text messages and WhatsApp. You can call 0913 6000 410. Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir. Good evening.
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
My name is Chukuma. I'm calling from Chibo.
Good evening, Chukuma. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I hate to hear that there is low turnout during that yesterday election in this Lagos. Like I vote here in Chibo. Polling unit. My polling vote was 112 at this Davis number 8 Davis Street. Do you know that the total registered voters in my polling unit? Can you hear me?
Well, with you, Chukuma.
Okay. So the total number of registered voters in my polling unit was 223 registered voters. The INEC came with only 100 paper, like 100 papers, around after 12. So people gathered there, and the more than, and they even the papers, the 100 papers they brought, when they were trying the papers, one got torn. So it's, out of 224 people that registered in this polling unit, it's only about 95 of us that were able to vote that yesterday.
Due to lack of materials?
Yes, they only brought the paper we are using to vote. They only brought 100 out of 200, and they were the one that came with the total registered voters that pasted there, and they only came with 100 papers.
All right, thank you very much, Chukuma. I think I get where it's coming. So what you're saying is that it's not a factor of low turnout, but there's some.
Many people were disenfranchised. That's what I'm saying. Many people were disenfranchised yesterday.
All right. Thank you very much, Chukuma. Thank you very much, Chukuma. That Chukuma's polling unit was at Ejigbo, I think that's it. That's what he said. All right, we have Badagry. Badagry has dropped, so let us see. Let us have the results for Badagry. Number of wards in Badagry, live from Lagos INEC Collation Center, 11 wards. All right, and registered voters, 227,518. 227,518. That's the registered voters in Badagry. Accredited voters in Badagry, 53,939. 53,939. Very unfortunate again. That's Badagry. Now, votes for parties now. Accord, 159. AA 25, AAC 79, ADC 374, ADP 129, APC 31,903, ABGA 105, APM 48, APP 4,803, 31. Sorry, hold on. 483. Boot Party 65. Labour Party 10,956. 10,956. That's for Labour Party. NNPP 153. NRM 59. PDP 6,024. PRP 13. SDP 23. YPP 27. And ZLP 450. So for Badagry, the winning party in Badagry is APC with 31,903. Following closely is Labour Party with 10,956. After that, coming third is People's Democratic Party with 6,024. And of course, coming after that, we have ZLP, but then NNPP is coming with 153. So that's the result for Badagry. The valid votes in Badagry is 50,618. However, rejected votes is 2,952. As the rejected votes, and that's the result for Badagry. All right, so we'll keep it coming. Coming up next is Agege. All right, so stay with us. Thank you very much, Nuruddin. Is there any thing you'd like to add for Badagry?
Well, this is another space where people did not even come out. 257,518. Only 53,939 registered. No. It's far below. And another thing again is that didn't show, considering the number of voters coming out, 31,903 for APC. So far we have low turnout. Automatically, the figures are available is what they will be shared. But another one is the issue of rejected votes, 2,952 in Badagry. 2,952. If you are still having this number of rejected votes, that kind of a local government, then I think it calls for concern. And that's why we still need more voter education. It's very, very important for having all these number of rejected votes.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Nuruddin. We'll take a short break and we will be right back. Stay with us. Coming up next is Agege local government. I know we have callers who would like to share their own thoughts as regards the results so far, but just give us a few minutes and we'll be right back. You're listening to Mainland 98.3 FM, the sound of Lagos. 2023 presidential election, and the 7th local government has just trickled in. Yes, we have Agege local government results already in, but before we go into that, don't forget that so far we have been able to give you results live from the Lagos State Collation Center for Badagry, Ibejuleki, Lagos Island, Ekpe, Lagos Mainland, Ikorodu. Yes, so far we have been able to give live updates from those local governments. And now we're on to Agege. What we have in Agege is we have 365,889 registered voters in Agege. 365,889 registered voters. There are 11 wards there, and the accredited voters there, we have 53,858. Very, very unfortunate. Here we are once again with very, very low turnout. 53,858 accredited voters. Now, votes per party. A, that's Accord Party, 141. AA, 33. AAC, 59. ADC, 277. ADP, 141. APC, 29,568. APGA, 169. APM, 42. APD, 23. Boot Party, 54. Labour Party, 13,270. NNPP, 1,513. NRM, 54. PDP, 4,496. SDP, 22. YPP, 58. No, rather, apologies. YPP, 56. ZLP, 342. Yes, that's what we have from Agege. The valid votes that we have from Agege is 50,892. The rejected votes there, 2,923. Okay, so that's what we have. That's the result for Agege. For what?
Well, again, nothing too different from the pattern that we've been seeing so far. In terms of voter turnout, again, still very, very low. Over 300,000 persons registered to vote in Agege. I think we're only seeing just a little over 50,000 voters coming out to vote. I don't think there were reported cases of violence in Agege yesterday. For us to have said, oh, maybe that was the reason why people did not come out to vote. I think generally the reports we got in Agege was that it was very peaceful. So again, a situation where people are not coming out in their numbers to cast their vote. But on the result itself, the OPC winning Agege local government with Labour Party doing very well to a decent showing. If you were to look at the traditional nature and the demographics of Agege, you understand that in itself is a very good performance by the Labour Party in Agege local government. Again, in all of the results that we have reviewed so far, the PDP is suffering in Lagos. Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, as far as the presidential election is concerned in Lagos, from the results we reviewed so far, is not doing well at all in Lagos. The numbers seems to have not come out for him as far as the PDP is concerned in Lagos. Again, I'm sure a lot of pundits may argue that the traditional votes of the PDP is what the Labour Party seems to have been able to gather. But the reality is that the PDP is not getting good figures in Lagos, and it's quite shocking to see. One would expect that the PDP structure in Lagos should have been able to pull out the votes for him. But this is a very, very poor performance by the PDP in Lagos. I must say that the Labour Party doing very, very well, doing as expected anyway, Sandra. Nothing shocking. It's as expected. We knew that the Labour Party was going to give the APC a run for their money. And that's what is happening. That is what is happening. Look at the victory in Ikeja. Very, very decent, wonderful performance by the Labour Party in Ikeja. But again, it's still early to call. It's still too early to call for me. The APC is still leading, and the Labour Party trailing and doing very well so far.
Yes, thank you very much, for that. Is so, but we're still expecting results from about 13 local governments to come. So stay tuned. We would be giving you updates live from the Lagos State Collation Center. All right. So we have okay. What we have now is I want to respond to the low number of voters in Lagos, and this is Titi sending a WhatsApp message here. I voted in Ijon Town Hall, Konde Ayobo. Yesterday, I witnessed many voters who were living in Ayobo but discovered that their polling units were in Ijon Town Hall, which is more than 20 minutes driving distance from their home addresses. This could be a great discouraging factor to many who were not determined to vote. I mean, with no public transport, no cash, and then being told your voting center is no longer near your residence but a journey away. An elderly voter who lives in Ijon came to my center yesterday only to be told her polling center is now at Bolaji, which is more than 15 minutes driving distance. She just went back home and slept. This is not allowing people to vote near their residence is really, really bad. And that is Titi. For her, this, I think I can attest to that. I also had some friends complaining, actually, of the changes in their polling units. Some people got to their polling unit when on getting there, they discovered that, that's no longer their polling unit, and then by the time they now checked, they realized that the polling unit is now far from their location. And so do you think that could have also been a factor to this low turnout that we're experiencing?
Yes, Sandra, it could be a factor, but not substantial enough for us to be seeing this low turnout. Again, we are talking about over 300,000 persons registering to vote, and just a little over 50,000 coming out to vote. I agree that because, again, if you remember, Sandra, somewhere in Ikoyi, we had met a particular malam, one voter who said he had to walk all the way from Victoria Island to Ikoyi to cast his vote because his polling units had been relocated from where he used to vote in the past in Victoria Island to Ikoyi, and that he was actually determined to vote. So he had to do a long trek, a long walk all the way from Victoria Island to Old Ikoyi to cast his vote. So another thing that I think we said yesterday, and I think that's just a fact, is this fact that INEC did not really do well with voter education. They did not do. In fact, the little education people have of the voting process, I must say, was done by media houses like ourselves, who were just purpose to give out information without any financial benefit. We just thought we were doing our own job. Really, it wasn't as if anything was given to us. We just really wanted to give out the information to people. INEC failed woefully with voter education, Sandra. In fact, people will say, "Oh, but the information was everywhere." But again, we are looking at a lot of voters who cannot even read and write. These are people who cannot even go on social media. They don't know anything about websites. They don't know anything about codes and all of that. So how well did INEC deal with voter education? Bringing down the advocacy should have been very local. Go to the market, encourage them. Get them to understand how these things are done, and then of course, give out the information early for people. This information came too late for a lot of people too. They never knew there was an opportunity to even check your polling unit before elections day. So I agree that could have contributed to it, but I think it's not substantial enough for us to be seeing this level of low voter turnout. It's unfortunate that people did not really come out to vote, Sandra.
All right, so I guess we have different factors to work with then. We have the fact that INEC did not do enough sensitization and orientation, and also the fact that people were not proactive enough to have checked their polling units before. Before. I remember quite clearly some weeks ago when INEC said that the list is out. Go and check your name if your name is on the list and where exactly your polling unit would be. So I see where you're coming from, but then let's take more reactions so far. All right, I also have here, good evening, Mainland FM. There are a lot of people who wanted to vote but were unable to vote due to the following reasons. 1, intimidation by thugs, majorly from a particular party. 2, lack of INEC voting materials. 3, INEC staff coming to polling booths late. 4, changing of polling stations at the late hour. 5, voter apathy. 6, slow network, thereby slowing the process of accreditation, thereby reducing the number of people that will vote. 7, fear of intimidation by thugs and street urchins, which has always been the norm and has affected people's habits to lose their confidence in voting. This is Sam from Amuwo. I think Sam from Amuwo captured this quite thoroughly, if you ask me. As regards the low turnout that we are experiencing. According to the results, there is so far we've gotten results from 7 local governments in Lagos. There are 20 by the way, 20 local governments in Lagos, and so far we've gotten 7 results, and from there we haven't gotten any local government that has had up to at least 40 to 50% of the registered voters as expected in that particular local government. It's very unfortunate. But then we also have here, good evening. Okay. Good evening, Milan FM. Oyeka from Ejigbo. This election is not impressing at all. The security that was said to have trooped into Lagos, I thought all the polling units will have at least one. 2, tribalism and partisanship, saying if you are not from this party, you won't vote. One thing so serious here is that all these incidents happened only at the areas where they knew they will lose. Which way, Nigeria? Sandra, you people should not just talk, but let there be a step on this. Oyeka from Ejigbo, thank you very much. We also, captured incidences like that. Very unfortunate situation. Yes, we know that in different parts of the states, even not just Lagos State, in different parts of the country, there was voter intimidation. Yes, a very unfortunate situation. But then we'll let's just carry on with different people's thoughts as regards this so far. All right, we also have here, good evening. As far as I'm concerned, Nigeria is too old to be young. I don't know what that means. Nigeria is too old to be young, and I think it's high time we do things naturally. If these so-called politicians want to conduct elections, they should inform the citizens, and if they want to have appointments, they should do that as well. Because the last time I checked, there's nothing like election. There is now. Yesterday we had elections. Godwin from Agor, thank you very much. I appreciate. All right, let's move to phone calls. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Good evening.
Sandra, good evening.
Good evening.
This is Patrick Okoro from Ikorodu.
All right, Mr. Patrick, please go ahead.
You guys escaped us yesterday. You escaped us yesterday. You closed your line. You didn't allow to reach out to you. It's very, very bad.
Are we supposed to take phone calls?
That's the rule. We don't have to.
While the elections are going on?
We can't do that. Well, yesterday I see this guy from this lecture. I forgot his name. I met him. He was in Napolibo yesterday.
Who is that?
That's your lecturer. I forgot his name. The big man. I forgot his name.
Nuruddin.
Nuruddin. Come from Agege, yes.
Nuruddin.
Yeah, he's a sharp journalist. He's a sharp guy. I like him. So, from our politics yesterday, it's very, very terrible, I hope you sign this accord for this particular election. Isn't it?
You hope what?
I hope you sign this accord in this particular election.
I didn't get that, please.
I said this accord was signed. Yes, it was signed.
Yes. Twice. There are two.
twice. And INEC, they are not giving us peace. No. There's no peace in the land.
Mr. Patrick, thank you very much. All right, I don't know how INEC is the one that's supposed to give us peace. I really don't I don't know how that is coming in. Well, the report that we're getting from the Lagos Collation Center now is that they're on another recess. Currently, Lagos Collation Center is on another recess, and they are to come back at 10:30. So let's try to connect with Okwemi Akinode as regards what is going on there. I can't even begin to imagine what may be going through his head now. But then,
but much as we like people to call in, hear their opinion, give their views, I think our callers must understand that the radio platform is heavily regulated. Though there are rules to this game, and that they have to be guarded in the way they make statements on radio. This is radio, is a public platform. A lot of people are listening, and we have to be responsible the way we put our words out there. It's very, very important. Again, that's the reason why sometimes we are long time to put our phone lines open for conversations.
Thank you. All right, so let's try to connect with Okwemi Akinode. Thank you very much. You're listening to Mainland 98.3 FM. That is the dial right now. Oh, I lost that one. All right, so please do stay with us. Stay on the line. We will be right back. All right, good evening, Okwemi.
Good evening, Sandra.
Yes, how are you doing?
Well, I'm doing well. We just took another recess now for another 1 hour.
Okay.
So we'll be back by 10:30 p.m.
10:30.
So we take, yes, we'll be back by 10:30 p.m.
So what is this story? Okay, I'm with you.
The resident electoral commissioner and the returning officer, that's Mr. Olusegun Agbaje and Professor Adenike Temidayola-Diji, respectively, have said, we are not living here until we cover as much local government as we can cover. Maybe all of the 20 local governments, you never can tell. But it is now, we've taken 8 local governments so far, and we're waiting for more local governments that have arrived. Just trying to reconcile so that by the time they bring it out, we'll not have to make any long corrections on it. Just take observations and go on. In addition to the 4 that we took earlier on, we've taken another 4, which is Agege, Badagry, Ikeja, and Ibejuleki. That's Agege, Badagry, Ikeja, and Ibejuleki. I'll take it from Ibejuleki. Remember that the other time we already took Lagos mainland, equal to Epe local government and Lagos Island. So when we came back after the other recess, we said, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And when we came back from the other recess, we decided to go for Ibejuleki, Ikeja, Badagry, and Agege. So for Ibejuleki, we have 1, 2, 3, 3, 0, 0. That's for registered voters. We have 1, 2, 3, 3, 0, 0. Total number of ones under Ibejuleki, we have 11. Accredited voters, we have 29808. The registered voters is 123300. Accredited voters is 29808. Valid votes, we have 28034. 28034. For rejected votes, for irregularity, we have 1725. 1725. And the total vote cast, we have 29759. 29759 for total vote cast. And all of the 18 political parties got votes each. And all of them presented as gubernatorial candidates, sorry, their presidential candidates, I beg your pardon. And don't forget that all of the results are taken today are for our presidential election. The senatorial and the House of Representatives have come to their senatorial and House of Representatives offices for the announcement. So for the collation center, we are taking only the presidential results. So for the Ikeja local government, we have 322600. 322600. For accredited voters, we have 57530. Accredited voters, we have 57530. Number of valid votes for Ikeja, we have 55062. Number of valid votes for Ikeja, we have 55062. For rejected votes, we have 2468. That's for Ikeja. We have 2468 for rejected votes. And for total vote cast, we have 57530. For total vote cast under Ikeja, we have 57530. Total vote cast under Ikeja 57530. Rejected votes 2468. And of course, the valid vote is 55062. For Badagry, we have 11 wards. And under the Badagry local government, we have registered voters of 227518. 227518. For accredited voters, we have 53939. For accredited voters, we have 53939. And for valid vote, we have 50618. Under Badagry, we have 50618. For rejected vote, we have 2952. 2952. For total vote cast, we have 53527. 53527. And the last but not the least, the eighth local government that we have taken tonight is Agege. Agege has 11 wards. 11 wards. And we have 365889. For the registered voters, we have 365889. For accredited voters, we have 53858. Under Agege local government, accredited voters, we have 53858. 53858. I beg your pardon. Let me quickly take that again. Under Agege local government, we have 11 wards. And for registered voters, we have 365889. 365889. For accredited voters,
right.
we have 53858. 53858. For valid votes under Agege local government, we have 50892. For valid votes, we have 50892. For rejected votes, we have 2923. Rejected votes, we have 2923. Total vote cast under Agege local government, we have 53815. 53815. So all for tonight, pending one will come back by 8
Hold on, Okwemi, thank you very much for the collation. But then there's something that I would really like you to put some spotlight on, which is, of course, the fact that Labour Party agent rejects the Lagos mainland report. What exactly is the report on that one?
Yes, the Lagos mainland result was represented again. It was initially presented, and there were some issues with the numbers not tallying up. So they had to step it down, and they told them to represent it. So they represented it, and all of the numbers eventually, added up. But for the collation officer of Labour Party, that also happens to be the state chairperson
the
for
party
Labour
agent.
Party Lagos. Yes, she's the state chairperson for Labour Party, and she's also the collation officer. She raised an objection saying that about 9 polling units under Lagos mainland had issues. 9 polling units under Lagos mainland had issues. Yes, when the result was being presented, the electoral officer in charge said 4,870 were affected in 9 polling units. 4,870 votes were affected in 9 polling units. And among the polling units is Grover in the Butemeta, 2 wards and 2 polling units. And the reason why they cancelled the polling units is because of overvoting, and that thugs came in and they beat up the paddock staff there and snatched the ballot boxes. So they cancelled the result in 9 polling units under Lagos mainland. And the number of votes affected is 4,870. That's 4,877. So when the result was presented again, the collation officer of Labour Party raised an objection to that and insisted that Labour Party is rejecting the result of Lagos mainland local government on the basis that, one, the numbers that they have did not tally. And secondly, she alleged that our polling agents were made to sign these results at gunpoint. Those were the exact words of the Labour Party chairperson in Lagos, who also doubled as the collation officer for our party. So she's insisting that some of our agents were made to sign results at gunpoint. So the resident electoral commissioner, that's Mr. Olusegun Agbaje MNI, noted, and the returning officer, that's Professor Adenike Temidayo Oladiji, also said that the Labour Party chairperson should make an official report in respect to that. But then the Labour Party chairperson insisted that for record purposes, she's making the complaint right here at the collation center, and that she will still do the needful. At the end of all of the back and forth, the result was admitted, and then we have to move on. So that's exactly what happened. The Labour Party collation officer said she's going to make a formal complaint about that to the appropriate quarters but she's making it open for everyone to know that some of our agents were made to sign results at gunpoint at Lagos mainland local government.
All right, thank you very much. But then with the Labour Party agents, resisting or rejecting the Lagos mainland, is there anything exactly that may be changing on that? Should we be expecting any changes on that, or it has all been resolved?
No, of course, you know the way election works. You have the opportunity to seek redress at the election tribunal. So I'm sure that will most likely be the next point of call for the party. Parties have the opportunity to challenge the result of any election, even at the ward level. You have the opportunity to approach the court if you are not comfortable with the result, provided you have your evidences and, of course, your lawyers can present it appropriately. So I'm sure that will be the next point of call for the party in respect to the Lagos mainland result. But so far, so good. That is the only result that the Labour Party has challenged. The other one was impaired, and she just brought the attention of everyone to a particular number that didn't tally, and that was corrected immediately. But the only result that the Labour Party has challenged so far has been the result of Lagos mainland local government.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Okwemi Akinode. So that means that by 10:30 again, you reconvene.
Yes, we were told that more local governments have arrived. So I'm sure by the time we come back, I'll probably be able to take about 5 or 6 local governments on a stretch. Hopefully, we should get done the early hours of tomorrow, or maybe we just take it on a stretch. I mean, everyone here seems, prepared to hang around and get the job done once and for all. So we are still here, we are still waiting.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Okwemi. Well done.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll be connecting now. I'll be connecting back with Fuhad Sahid and Nuruddin Adegbero to get their analysis of the results so far, and also the fact that the Labour Party agent at the Collation Center is contesting the Lagos mainland results. What could come of that, and also what is to come. All right. So before we move on to that, don't forget that for now you can send your messages WhatsApp or text to 0913-6000-430, 0913-6000-430. We'll also be taking phone calls in a bit. Just stay with us. Thank you for staying tuned. We are here as long as we can. All right. So you heard the results. You heard Okwemi's reports. I leave it to you, gentlemen.
Okay, let me just say that I think the best that can be done here is for those concerns to be taken note of. Again, these are some of the things that may stand as evidence when I'm sure a lot of these parties approach court to seek redress on what they feel dissatisfied about as far as the conduct of the election is concerned. But again, if the result, they need to move on with the results of the election. There's nothing that can be done if that's the result the returning officer is turning in. So eventually, the Labour Party may take note of this as one of the points they may be raising if they decide to approach the court, the tribunals, after all final results have been announced. So that's the best that can happen. Again, we've talked about how difficult it may be to tally figures in a general elections like this. In a general election like this, the figures are going to come in millions, and again, I'm sure they'll take note of this, and it may be one of the points they'll be raising if they decide to approach the tribunal should anything happen and they feel satisfied about it.
All right, thank you very much, Nuruddin.
I think INEC needs to focus in a subsequent election, and we see how governorship and state assembly election coming. They still needs to really look at how they are dividing polling units, and the voters did not even know. if you want to divide, you divide around that polling unit. Do you know that in the polling unit that we saw yesterday, in a polling unit, you have a polling unit that have 35 registered voters for that polling unit. In the same case, you have another one that have over 1,550 registered voters in another polling unit. The same compound. Why having 1,500 voters in one, then 35 in one? In fact, there was a particular polling unit that had 20 registered voters. Then another one, 2,500 in one polling unit. So I think that one needs, after this election, INEC needs to look at it very well. So that even if we are going to divide, because not every voter has the opportunity on going online, checking, when they've been voting in a particular place for years. So automatically, a lot of voter education is being needed here. In fact, I must comment that MAINLAND FM and other media houses have done well in this particular regard. And another thing again that we need to focus on, as much as Nigerian Army have rolled out a lot of soldiers on the major way, but there are some internal roads that in fact are not secure, with the number of events that really happen in various. We can see the number of rejected votes, overvoting, council votes. Then what is the position of electoral roles in those council votes that hoodlums attack a particular center? Because there is a difference between the place where there is overvoting and the place where hoodlums attack the polling unit. There are two different things in the electoral role.
All right. Thank you very much. Just as we're still expecting more updates from Okwayemi Akinode at the Lagos State INEC Collation Center, let's also get reactions from our listeners. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, ma.
Good evening, sir.
I'm calling from Magigi.
Okay.
Yes, ma. So my contribution to your discussion over there is that I really commend the effort of the Labour Party. They really performed very well. They said that APC is still leading. But secondly, the INEC need a lot to do concerning the orientation of the voters. The turnout was so low. Look at the local government, 300 and something thousand. Less than 60,000 voters. And also the political party, they need to mobilize, to canvass for people to come out. So we are expecting more people to participate in governorship and House of Assembly election. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Razak. I appreciate it. Fuad, you want to say something?
No, that was a brilliant comment. I agree with him completely that maybe we'll see an improvement in the next election, that's March 11, during the gubernatorial and state assembly elections. Hopefully people will turn out more, because again, it's sad that, the figures we're seeing, people have not really shown any commitment to the elections.
All right. Hello?
Good evening.
Good evening. Ike, first off, I'll need you to speak up so I can hear you. And secondly, please stay away from your radio set.
What I want to say...
I can hear your radio.
What I have to say is this.
Okay.
The changing of polling unit very late is very, very bad. For me, for example, me myself, before I was able to cast my vote yesterday, I have to trek from Aguadoye to Alimoshe and Agulegba to go and cast my vote. Very, very stressful. Before I trek to that place and come back, I was totally down. Which many other persons cannot be able to make such sacrifice.
Okay. All right.
So that thinking and I think Nigeria is not a small country. So voting this time around, I think
Even I was expecting what I was discussing with one of my brothers. This vocal of thing is supposed to be that as long as you have your PVC, you're supposed to have access to.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yes. We are with you.
Yes. You're supposed to have access to vote any unit near you as long as you have your PVC. It's supposed to be like that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Nuruddin Fuad, opening up polling units as long as it is within your vicinity. What are your thoughts?
We can only have that one if we really work on the issue of electronic voting. So if it is electronic voting, I think that one can happen, because one thing is that if you don't have passing of polling units, was in the case of in the legal issue, you won't be able to ascertain a polling unit, what an LG that if it don't happen. So, but you can only do that if it is electronic voting. If it is electronic voting, you know the way we can vote, like application voting, to vote earlier vote, then you can also vote to fight the electronic to do anywhere. But one way or the other, we are going to get there. But with the current trend, it is very important. It's going to be very, very difficult.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's carry on now. Hello.
Good evening, Sandra.
Good evening.
Femi from Command, Lagos.
Okay. Good evening. Femi, please go ahead.
The Labour Party, the result was extremely impressive for me. Do you know if it happens that that Ikeja result happens to be the House of Assembly, Labour have gone and sit at the Lagos House of Assembly? Yes. I think it is the State House of Assembly. Labour Party already have a house. With this result, I am so sure that Labour Party will have some House of Assembly seats, House of Rep, and some senatorial positions in this country. I'm so sure. Very impressive. Very, very, very.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we all agree that Labour Party is actually having a really impressive showing here in Lagos, playing the major opposition party to the ruling party. It's been quite an interesting run. I think Fuad has already mentioned earlier, the PDP, the PDP situation in Lagos is quite it's quite
that situation.
it's a big surprise.
They are just rubbish shoulders with all these Z party, all this. What's that your party again?
Boots. You know, the interesting thing is the fact that I have a message here that said, please announce only Labour Party, APC and PDP results. Other parties should go and check INEC websites for their results. I just got that message from LV from Egbeda saying that can we just focus on the three major parties.
But did you notice that the ZLP, the ZLP
is having a very big showing. I was going to get to that. If they are not fourth, they are either fourth or fifth. It's actually really interesting how they are able to pull that off. Are you sure it has nothing to do with the fact that there's Labour inside their name? I don't know. I'm just curious.
Well, when you consider the kind of candidates they have, it's just that in Nigeria, in a country we find ourselves, we don't look at personality. We look at the parties. If you consider and review the type of personality they have as candidates, it really shows. And some of them, if they are very good in their area and they mobilize within their capacity and capability, and that is what is really showing for them. Just imagine if they have a lot of resources to go more around with the kind of personality they have, automatically they will be rubbing shoulders with Labour Party, PDP, and APC.
All right, let's carry on. Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, my name is Stacy. I'm calling from Surulere.
Sisti.
PC.
Okay, from Surulere.
Yeah, my own report is that I don't know how INEC and government will tell us that they send a lot of security people. Why we did not see anyone. Here is Tulere in the polling unit I am, in Lawansi side 026 Abayomi Street for precise. Yes, there was it's only one policeman woman that was there, and she was seriously pressing her phone. Are you getting me? She was not concentrating. She was seriously pressing her phone, and I don't thank God that people that came out there to vote, they take it serious. They were just following the queue, and they respect themselves. In other polling units, I later went to help my sister to go and look for her own polling unit. There was no security person there. That was in Ajote, the same Lawansin Road. In Coast Street, the same thing happened. Are you getting me? And what they are doing, if they want this Nigeria to be good, if they want Nigeria to move forward, they have to stop tribalism. It's too much in Lagos State. If they say that Nigeria is one, let us stand as one. Let us stop doing tribalism in everything that we are doing. Because our brother, because of this, and the bribing that they are doing is too much. All of us know the truth. Look at Ekpe in mainland now. Look at everywhere. Look at what is going on. Let us tell ourselves the truth and stand for the truth alone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate. Well, thank you. We are all standing for the truth. We all desire the truth. We all want to know the truth. I mean, that's why we have the journalists out there to do investigation and get the truth. All right. Thank you for staying with us. This is Mainland 98.3 FM. We are connected live to the Lagos State INEC Collation Center. They are currently on the break and to reconvene by 10:30. Yes, by 10:30. So we'll connect back with them to get more results. So far, we have results from 8 local governments. Okay. Thank you for staying with us. Hello. Okay. We lost that one. All right. Thank you for staying with us. Okay. Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Bature calling from Motion.
All right, Bature.
I meet you guys this evening.
Thank you.
So far, so good. Me, I'm happy for what I've seen so far and what I've heard so far. In most of the year, because I will only talk on as a year like this. I hope what I was expecting, I think everywhere I was actually peaceful, apart from the pockets, one or two issues and all those stuff, which is expected. And our electioneer can only get involved in and we hope for best. And one thing I noticed in my area yesterday, after when I voted, some people actually fail to do the needful, and at the end they'll be blaming INEC. Apart from INEC fail to actually come in to start their job around 8:30 as the timetable said. But you see some people, within around 10, that's where they will not start looking for where their polling unit is. When they come in, when they discover that they are not to vote in that place, they will start blaming Nigeria, blaming their godfather or blaming their ancestors. Say, oh, for me, I feel as if that is what that person could have actually carried down a day before that day, or even with your phone now, the case may be find out where you should vote. All those stuff. Then the truth is, for me, I am satisfied with the levels of result I am getting so far. Nigerians actually want to be involved. But before yesterday, we were shouting in this radio that Lagos shall come out and vote. Your PVC is not for decoration. Your PVC is not for showing face or say I have it. The purpose of the PVC is to vote, because we hear some certain local government, the result that actually come at those who came out to vote there. Wow.
All right.
But the truth is, we are good to go.
Thank you very much. I will appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Bature. Okay, moving on now. Hello.
Sandra, how are you? Good evening.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Peter Monse. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Bro, Fred, and my brother, good evening to you.
Good evening, Mr. Peter.
Yeah, if you know Bachula Road, Do you know that I had to trek from Bajulaye Road to Palm Grove? I trek, come back to go and vote. And I thank God that I did not spend 20 minutes. I mean, the whole process was over. I think my polling unit did very good. Yes, and then everything was fine.
But how come your polling unit was that far? Bajula is in Shomolu, Pangrove is on the other side.
Actually, I was living at Adedoyin Street before, and the polling booth was Okunaike Street. I tried to transfer, but I felt if I can use that once in a year or twice in a year, I'll take the size. So that would be okay by me. So I just decided to do this there. Okay. So that if they go and come back, I know it's a huge exercise for me. But my concern is this, please. I don't know, maybe you have discussed it before I joined you. In that my polling booth on our the voters paper, there was no Labour Party territorial and House of Representatives logo in those two. I don't know whether you have discussed that. I would like to know why was that omission, if it is omission. Was it deliberate or is it a mistake? And then number two question of mine is, with all these attacks on some polling booths, will I not want to get all the information about these attacks before they act? Or they can just take one as it comes? Wherever an attack is reported against the voters or destruction of the polling boxes, and then I need to just treat that matter. If they suspend, they suspend. Or they don't want to wait until they get all the reports of the securities in Lagos before they make a pronouncement. Those are my questions, please. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Peter. I'll say that Fuad, you can answer the first one, and then maybe Nuruddin can answer the second.
So I think we talked about this yesterday. Why Labour Party did not appear on some ballot papers. I think Shomolu, where he voted, is under Lagos East, if I'm correct. Nuruddin.
Yes.
I think they don't have a senatorial candidate there. So if the Labour Party does not have a senatorial candidate, what the INEC did was basically not just Labour Party. If there's any party that is not fielding a candidate for any of the positions, the reason why all of the parties appear on the presidential ballot paper is that all the 18 political parties have a presidential candidate. So, but for other positions like Senate and House of Reps, if there's any party that does not have a candidate, what I did was to ensure that their logo does not appear on the ballot paper. That's why you see that in some positions like Senate and House of Reps, they were shorter, the papers were shorter than the presidential ballot paper, which was what was just 15 political parties. So that was the reason why the Labour Party did not have their logo in some areas.
Okay. All right. Nuruddin, the second question.
Well, I think this is a question that we have to even make Opeyemi to really have at that particular, because there are two different things. A place where there is overvoting, the INEC has the right to cancel it.
The rule said they should cancel results there.
What you say?
The rule is that they should, the thing about this overvoting, violence and all of that.
It should be cancelled. But the problem here is that a situation where a vote have been casted, they are on the verge of being counted and they were attacked. I think INEC office needs to really come out hard and say the situation so that some people will not be thinking something will be done. And another thing is that those areas where police officers mobilize, where the INEC officials could not get the talkless of new votes in there, statements must also be made in that particular, even if election is not going to take place there at the end of the day, but at least that statement and that place must be recorded so that it's going to be part of the holistic report of what we are going to review after the election moving forward.
All right. Thank you very much, Nuruddin and Fuad. Apologies, I'll have to take a short break now. We'll be back by 10:30 by when Okweyemi will be back on live from the Collation Center here in Lagos. All right, thank you very much. Don't go anywhere. We're still here until Lagos Collation Center shuts down. And from the look of things, I think they probably want to take a large chunk of the 20 local governments before we can, move on. I mean, the National Collation Center had already closed to be reopened tomorrow by 11 a.m. Of course, we'll catch up with them. So far, the only result that has been released by the National Collation Center is Ekiti, which, where APC currently holds sway as regards the results that's been released so far. So stay with us. We'll be back by 10:30 when we'll be joining Okweyemi Akande Park at the Lagos State INEC Collation Center. All right, stay with us. This is 98.3 Mainland FM. We are the sound of Lagos.
Clock the time.
'Cause I need you and I miss you. Now I wonder.
Live reports from the Lagos State Collation Center, INEC Lagos State Collation Center, with Okweyemi Akinode on ground, giving us live updates. So far, we have taken reports for 8 local governments. We still have about 12 to go here in Lagos. It's been quite an interesting ride, and so far, the APC seems to be in the lead. We've taken results from Agege, and from Agege, APC has 29,568 votes. The Labour Party has 13,270 votes. The PDP has 4,496 votes. And NPP has 1,513. And that is results from Agege. From Badagry, what we have is the APC has 31,903, while Labour Party has 10,956. The PDP has 6,024, and NNPP has 153. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right. And from Ikeja, we have APC has 21,276. Labour Party has 30,004, with PDP 2,280, and NNPP has 337. So the Labour Party won Ikeja local government here in Lagos. Moving on to Ibejuleki, what we have from there, the APC has 14,685. The Labour Party has 10,410. PDP has 2,329. NNPP has 104. Okay, and moving up, also we got results from Lagos Island. Lagos Island APC has 27,760. Labour Party 3,058. PDP 2,521. NNPP has 79. That's for Lagos Island. All right, we also have for Ekpe. Ekpe has for APC 19,867. Labour Party 3,497. PDP 5,221, and NNPP has 76. And Ikorodu, with APC having 50,353, Labour Party 28,951, PDP 4,508, NNPP 400. That is for that. Now, moving on to Lagos Mainland. Okay. Moving on now to Lagos Mainland. What we have is the Labour APC with 20,030. Labour Party 18,698. PDP 3,002. And NNPP 257. All right, those are the local government results that we have announced so far. We're still getting updates from the Lagos INEC Collation Center. However, the only results we've gotten from the National Collation Center is for Ekiti State, with APC gathering 201,494 votes in Ekiti, while the Labour Party was able to gather 11,397, and the People's Democratic Party 89,554. All right. So the results are still coming in, but then I know that a lot of us, we are itching, aside from getting the results, we're also itching to, we have one or two things that we would like to say as regards, your assessment, your own assessment of the results so far. But let's see what we can do. We have the phone line open, 09136000410. That's for phone calls. For text messages and WhatsApp, we have 0913-6000-430. All right, I have some messages here. I'll just take some messages before we open, before we reach out to our analysts, Fuhad, Sahid, and Nuruddin Adegbinro. I have here, good evening. My name is Peter from Ojo. My polling unit is in Shibiri area of Ojo, and I'm indeed very surprised on why you people keep wondering about the voters' low turnout. In my own unit alone, we were up to 1,500 or more. But while on the queue performing our civic rights, thugs came in and shot sporadically. And that's how the whole exercise was marred. We all went home without our ballot papers counted because police came in, carried the ballot box to unknown destination, and I was a victim of this disenfranchisement. So frankly, a lot of people were out to vote, but so many issues came up. Thank you very much, Peter from Ojo. We appreciate. All right. Okay. All right. There's someone here who is concerned. Daniel from Allah Kuku. I'm guessing that's probably, he wanted to say Allah Kuku. But then Allah Kuku, that's what he wrote there. Good evening. INEC have announced results in Ekiti State, but on their server, many local governments have not been counted. So how did they get the results to tell us? Okay, so if you watched, the National Collation Center, thank you. Yeah, the collation officer, all right, the collation officer for Ekiti State was on ground to read the results out. So yes, they've been having issues with IREV. So if you're talking about IREV, that's the INEC portal, the INEC server, you may not get updated results. So that's why we're trying what we can to give out the results as it is coming from the collation centers across the country. And what we have so far is that party agents are on seat were on seat at the National Collation Center when the Ekiti state results were counted. And if any of the party agents had any issue, of course they had the opportunity to raise their hands and counter the results. But so far, none of them countered the results. So that has gone by, and that's as regards that's for the Ekiti results for our young friend who seems to have some concerns for that. All right, I'm still trying to connect with Okwemi Akinode at the Lagos INEC Collation Center. So stay with us and we'll be right back. And I sound a little bit exhausted, of course, but results collation is still on at the Lagos State INEC Collation Center. And updates that I have right now is that we have Shomolu local government results up now. So if you're still on, thank you very much for staying tuned. Let's see what we have from Shomolu. And what we have from Shomolu local government is that we have 316,752 registered voters. 316,752 registered voters. While we have 64,348 accredited voters. It's interesting to know that this particular result, the APC has 27,879 votes, while the Labour Party has a whopping 28,936 votes. The PDP has 3,449 votes, and the NNPP has 476 votes. So this is the second local government in Lagos that the Labour Party will be keeping under wraps. Yes, that's Shomolu local government, including Ikeja local government. Both local governments have been won by the Labour Party candidates. It's interesting. So far, we have 9 results so far from the Lagos Collation Center. Okweyemi Akiyode is still live there, and he's the one feeding us right here. So if you're still awake, we'll try to see what we can to give you as much updates as we can. It's 10 minutes to 12 a.m. We may be wrapping things up soon right here in the studio, and then resume by tomorrow morning. But not to worry. As soon as we pop up tomorrow by 6 a.m., we move once again, and we read the rest of the results, and then we resume, of course, by 7:40 for trends in the papers. All right, so all you have to do is stay tuned to us, Mainland 98.3 FM. If we don't get any results before 12:15, we will have to wrap up things up right here in the studio. However, Okweyemi Akiyode is still at the Lagos INEC Collation Center, feeding the studio live. It's been quite an interesting run so far as it is now. In different parts of the country, votes are being counted, and the results are already trickling in. That is so far. That's all we have in Adamawa local government. The PDP seems to be gaining some sort of strength there. In Imo State, the Labour Party seems to be gaining some sort of strength there. In Ogun State, the APC is gaining some sort of strength there. In Kogi State, the APC is gaining some sort of strength there. And one thing that we should also put out, I know we've been concentrating on the presidential results, but we should also put it out there that the Labour Party is also doing quite well as regards the National Assembly results. So far, what we have is that there are some candidates of the Labour Party going for National Assembly that have actually won their constituencies. But then we are only going to be taking verified results from INEC. So you just stay tuned while we gather the results. We'll definitely be keeping you updated right here on Mainland 98.3 FM. All you have to do is stay tuned. So I don't know if Mr. Peter Omonse is still awake at this time, but then Shomolu is his local government. So the Labour Party won the Shomolu local government here in Lagos. That's the second local government that the Labour Party will be claiming victory of in Lagos State. All right, so that is 9 local governments so far. We still have 11 local governments to go. Like I mentioned earlier, if we can still get 1 or 2 more before we wrap things up right here in the studio, we will do and keep you updated. Just stay tuned and enjoy the beautiful music.
The world coming out to dance, 'cause there's music in the air and lots of loving everywhere. So give me the night. Give me the night. 'Cause there's music in the air and lots of loving everywhere. So give me the night. Give me the night. So come on out tonight and we'll leave the others on the ride through paradise. And if you feel alright, then we can be lovers, 'cause I see that starlight look in your eyes.
First you go be the bad guy, then you go be the actor. Because I want feed my family, and I make my own guy laptop. You must alive, but mommy has thank God. My money big, you go need the tractor. If you be say you want carry my weight, you go need new gym instructor. Straight out of Benin, I drop in my EP 2019. The things say big bed you go finish. My music is traveling from India to Asia to Berlin. The thing may be pay me, be say una no one be believe. I will never forget this and we bad the let them pass us away. Fast forward to today, every day in a holiday. Every day's in a holiday, oh yeah, day, oh yeah, day, oh yeah. Me and my guys with the chill with the pop. Say we know they love. Say my circle check and the boss we go give you last guy check up. Make you know yes, make you pray for the ability to catch up. No calculator fi count my surplus and my road on me mo shack up. Many nights where I don't sleep, Why is I go overseas? Still many people they love me, but I steady believe. One favor please, keep my family strong for me. God I day on my knees. Straight out of Benin, I drop in my EP 2019. The things say big bed you go finish. My music is traveling from India to Asia to Berlin. The thing will be pay me, they say una no one they believe. I will never forget this and we bad let them pass us away. Fast forward to today, every day in a holiday. Every day's in a holiday, oh yeah, day, oh yeah, day, oh yeah. I will never forget it and we bad let them pass us away. Fast forward to today, every day in a holiday. Every day's in a holiday, oh yeah, day, oh yeah, day, oh yeah.
You're listening to Mainland 98.3 FM.
Yes, say I thank the Lord that me do pepper milk clean shade disable, and I get it more available. Oh Lord I'm grateful, you carry my cross my available. Say you be food for my table, now you be the signal for my cable. No more condition, no agreement, no more condition. This is why they put me on any song. Said I know I'll send it up. Go ask anyone, Shakira, go ask anyone. I have them self-notice, then I just can't tell you all. Them go right petition, if they won't take it, my expectation, no I spend you all. Them go right petition, if they won't take it, my expectation, no I spend you all. No more condition, no more condition. I see clearly no more confusion. I had to make risky decisions. Now got me new opposition. What you see, sir? They say this life be like seesaw. One man and another man go up. So when I need a brother man show up. Signal for my cable. No more condition. No agreement, no more condition. This is why they put me on any song. Said I know I'll send it up. Go ask anyone. Shakira, go ask anyone. I have them self-notice, then I just can't tell you all. Them go right petition, if they won't take it, my expectation, no I spend you all. Them go right petition, if they won't take it, my expectation, no I spend you all. No more condition, no more condition.
without colossus and economization. Quacqualata, quacqualata. The Nicolo Big, money more beach, and this in a gisha. In a color big, bicycle team, and Nicolo nation. The Nicolo Big, without colossus and economization. Quacqualata, quacqualata. I enter from my puta, quacqualata. Only motor casu face, I want that. I know fit for some, if it don't pass my power. I roll a shawarma, I get for quacqualata. I enter from my puta, quacqualata. Only motor casu face, I want that. I know fit fast, I don't fit to pass my power. I roll my shawarma, I get for quacqualata. For Olana, on God, he let me as God. I live flaming, with my shami, for me no reaction. I look, look at them over. Can't you see? Love back, would you marry be a manager? Love this song, tomorrow shot. Love you, easy a cry. Baby, don't you waste my time. I see my pussy, my prayers. I did for that. Only motor casu face, I want that. I know fit for some, if it don't pass my power. I shawarma, I did for quacqualata. On to the next one, give me ginger, give me power, more. You surprise me, call me, don't control me. On to the next one, give me ginger, give me power, more. Until someone for me, not be shy. I enter from my puta, quacqualata. Only motor casu face, I want that. I know fit fast, I don't fit to pass my power. My shawarma, I did for quacqualata. I enter from my puta, quacqualata. Only motor casu face, I want that. I know fit for some, if it don't pass my power. My shawarma, I did for quacqualata. The Nicolo Big, money more beach, and this in a gisha. In a color big, bicycle team, and Nicolo. The Nicolo Big, that color jeans, and economization.
Mainland 98.3 FM. Don't touch the dial. 98.3 FM. Don't touch the dial.
Greatness. I've never seen a girl like you. Swear down, down. She a Sabian, find you. You're welcome. See how brand new. What about? I'm girl after you, now you. DJ, that's you. See, girl move to the center. Girl make you wine me selector. Hey wait, make a carry you go penthouse. And if you wine in your life you go better. Oh, girl me no be lena. Me go from the center. Hey, I be your landlord. Oh, girl I go give you a room for my quarters. So me okay. Me swear you are bad. Nobody else fit ever near your standard. Why the way you adapt to the atmosphere when a full grown man must fear. Give me more than what I can take. Me know say, yeah, you like to party. She asked me what you parle français. Me tell her say, I dey ball like Kante. I've never seen a girl like you. Swear down, down. She a Sabian, find you. You're welcome. See ya, brand new. What about? After you, now you. See, girl move to the center. Girl make you wine me selector. Hey wait, make a carry you go penthouse. And if you wine in your life you go better. Oh, girl me no be lena. Me go from the center. Hey, I be your landlord. Oh, girl I go give you a room for my quarters. Don't be shy. You know you're fit to cause a tantrum. Girl, tell me why you got And gallo me soil me want to plant. DJ Neptune put on the plate. You know say Ruga like to party. She ask me boy you parle français. Me tell her say I dey ball like Kante. I've never seen a girl like you. Swear down, down. She say bienvenue, you're welcome. See that brand new. What about after you? Now you see, girl move to the center. Girl make you wine me selector. Hey we, make a carry you go penthouse. And if you wine in your life you go better. Oh, girl me you no be learner. And we go from the center. Hey, I be your landlord. Oh, girl I go give you a room for my quarters. Hey,
greatness.
See a girl, swear down, swear down.
DJ Neptune. Sounds of Neptune.
Cuckoo.
If I woke up without you, I don't know what I would do. Thought I could be single forever till I met you. Usually don't be falling fast. You got a way of keeping me coming back to back. I just found out the only reason that you loving me was to get back at your ex-lover, but before you leave, usually I would never even care. Baby, I know you're creeping. I feel it in the air. Every night and every day, I try to make you stay, but you're savage love. Did somebody break your heart? Looking like an angel, but you're savage love. When you kiss me, I know you don't get to, but I still want that. You're savage love. You're savage love. You're savage love. You can use me, 'cause I still want that. Baby, I hope that this ain't karma, 'cause I get around. You wanna run it up, I wanna lock it down. Usually don't be falling fast. You got a way of making me spend up all my cash. Every night and every day, I try to make you stay, but you're savage love. Did somebody break your heart? Looking like an angel, but you're savage love. When you kiss me, I know you don't get to, but I still want that. You're savage love. You're savage love. You're savage love. You can use me, 'cause I still want that. You're savage love. You're savage love. You're savage love. You can use me. Did somebody break your heart? Looking like an angel, but you're savage love. When you kiss me, I know you don't get to, but I still want that. You're savage love. You're savage love. You're savage love. Girl, you could use me, 'cause I still want that.
When your legs don't work like they used to.
Yes, it is still Mainland 98.3 FM, the sound of Lagos. And collation of results is still ongoing at the Lagos State Collation Center. So that is where we are getting live feeds from Okweyemi Akinyode. And right now we have updates from two local governments. We have from Etiosa and also Kosofe. So I'll start with Etiosa local government. What we have from there is the number of wards in Etiosa is 10. We have 369,319 registered voters, and accredited voters 6,855. All right, so we have in Etiosa local government, the Labour Party is taking the lead with 42,388. APC has 15,3 317. PDP has 3,369, and of course the NNPP has 381. 381. Apologies. All right, and registered valid votes in that particular center or that particular local government is 62,617. Rejected votes in Etiosa is 3,152. Moving on now, still on the collation of results in Lagos State. We're moving on now to Kosofe local government. And of course, registered voters there, we have 474,772. Accredited voters in Kosofe, 94,838. Now, moving on to the results proper. Labour Party is also in the lead in Kosofe local government with 46,554. The APC comes up closely with 36,883. Coming up after that is the PDP, the People's Democratic Party, with 4,058. And of course, NNPP coming after that with 902. All right, so those are the results for Etiosa. Oh. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right. So that is for Kosofe and Etiosa. All right. So so far right now we can't really say where it's going to where the tilt is going. We have here
Place your head on my beating heart. I'm thinking out loud. Maybe we found love right where we are. Maybe now, take me into your loving arms. Kiss me under the light of 1,000 stars. Oh, darling, place your head on my beating heart. I'm thinking out loud, but maybe.
all right. So results from Kosofe. What we have from Kosofe now is the Labour Party is in the lead with 46,554, APC with 36,833, PDP 4,058. That is for Kosofe. So Labour Party is in the lead there. Also in Etiosa, the Labour Party is also in the lead in Etiosa with 42,388 votes, and the APC with 15,317. The PDP has 3,369 and NNPP 381. All right, and for Shomolu also, Shomolu local government, the Labour Party is also in the lead there with 28,936. The APC coming up next with 27,879. PDP with 3,449, NNPP with 476. So, so what it means is that so far, Shomolu, Etiosa, Ikeja, and Kosofe, the Labour Party has claimed victory in those particular local governments. However, in Agege, Badagry, Ibejuleki, Lagos Island, Lagos Mainland, and Ekpe and Ikorodu. Yes, we have the APC claiming victory in those local government. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Okpeyemi is still live at the Lagos State INEC Collation Center, and we're trying to give you as the updates as it is dropping. It seems that they're determined to ensure that all 20 local governments are captured tonight. However, by 12:30, we may be wrapping up things here in the studio. We'll give you updates as early as possible. 6 a.m. should be early enough. 6 a.m. should be early enough, all right? So we'll give you updates by 6 a.m. If we do not get any other updates before 12:30, that is. So stay with us. This is Mainland 98.3 FM. We'll be right back.